And join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Mr. Maltby, do we have any changes to the order of the agenda?
We have one change this evening, Mr. Mayor, that we'd like to propose, and that would be moving item 12A under new business presentation of awards for the Gateway Design Competition up on the agenda and hearing it as item 5E.
5E. Okay, that sounds fine. Mr. Rubens, do we have any reports from closed session?
There's no report from closed session.
All right, thank you. We will go to item number 4, council communications and announcements. Mr. Grocott, do you have anything?
Just that before our council meeting, Mr. Royce and I were at the home of Tom and Verlyn Davids to welcome the group from Japan, who is they're from Omura City, Japan, and we met the mayor and some other folks who are with that contingency, and I guess there's going to be something here tomorrow in
10 a.m.
council chambers at 10 a.m. So we're considering having them become a sister city, is my understanding.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grocott. Mr. Royce?
Yeah, a couple little short items. Our summer concert series got kicked off this last Friday, Burden Park. They're always on Friday from 6 to 8. Our second concert is a country classic rock group called Brother Buzz coming, and hopefully it'll start warming up again by Friday. So get out to a concert series. They are free. Also a reminder, the library on Wednesday the 13th at 7 p.m. at the library is having a workshop. It's a little more than 10 years old, and there's some remodeling and in some cabinets and carpets and so forth. They want public input on how best to do a lot of that. Also, Children's Theater has Damn Yankees also starting on the 13th. That's playing through the weekend. They'll go out to the website. Always good to see our Children's Theater, our leaders of tomorrow getting up there on stage. And the last item may not pertain to anything with the city, but I'll talk about it. Go Women's World Cup. If anybody saw the game, hey, incredible game against the Brazilian and Marta team. They will be playing again Wednesday, and actually there's 4 final teams. These are the semifinals. My wife is half French. That's who they're playing. So we'll have a tense session in our household. But get out there and of course see it on ESPN. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Royce. Mr. Lewis?
None, thank you.
Mr. Grisilli?
Doesn't Disney own ESPN? It does. Do I have to recuse myself from watching the World Cup?
I don't think so. I don't have anything tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grisilli. The only thing I have is July 30th for 2 to 4 p.m. There's 2 things on July 30th. Now I see Mr. Savay in the audience. From 10 to 2 at Loreola, there will be essentially an open house where they're going to be talking about the East Side Connect. It is the redoing of Old County Road and East St. Carlos Avenue, including bike paths, undergrounding of utilities, and whatnot. So that's 10 to 2 at the Loreola building at Loreola Park over on the east side. And then after that, from 2 to 4 p.m. at the San Carlos Museum, the villagers will be burying the 75th anniversary time capsule, and Mr. Royce actually chaired that committee 11 years ago. So it'll be buried from 2 to 4. There will be a bean dinner, and more information will be coming out on the city's website on that. So June 30th is a big day for San Carlos. July 30th. Yes, we would have missed it then. Okay, so moving on to item number 5. We have a lot of presentations tonight. So first up, we're going to have a presentation of proclamation commending Tuvia Bergensen Michelson upon placing 8th in the National Geographic B. Is this on? Okay. So Tuvia, if you want to come up with your parents. How you doing? It's nice to meet you. Hi, Tasha. Nice to meet you. All right, everyone. I'm sure you have all heard, but we have among us a celebrity tonight. His name is Tuvia, and he's 10 years old, and he goes to the Nueva School in Hillsborough. And he competed with 100 people ranging from 4th to 8th grade in all 50 states, and they faced off on April 1st, 2011 during the National Geographic B at the state level. He was one of 54 winners who advanced the national championship competition held in Washington, D.C. on May 24th, and he took 8th place overall. So we have a little proclamation for him, and it reads, "Whereas it gives me tremendous amount of pleasure to express to Tuvia Bergson Michelson, on behalf of the City Council of the City of San Carlos, our sincere congratulations on your impressive placing in the National Geography Bee, a feat which has never been accomplished by a resident of San Carlos to the best of our knowledge. And whereas Tuvia is to be commended for an exciting, hard-fought, and successful battle, and we are proud of the record you have earned, as well as the fine publicity you have brought to our community. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Andy Klein, Mayor of the City of San Carlos, hereby publicly commend and congratulate Tuvia for his fine efforts and wish him well as he takes the challenge head-on next year." So since we have someone who is obviously 10 times smarter than I am, we'd like you to say a couple things. You could talk to us about geography, if you'd like, how you got started, and what you want to be when you grow up.
All right. Well, in terms of what I want to be when I grow up, there are so many good options out there. I personally find it hard to choose at this point. Well, at geography, I think personally that geography is a very valuable thing to learn. It just opens up so much knowledge of all kinds, so much you can learn.
Okay, well, thank you, Tuvia. Everyone, once again, Tuvia. Okay, next up, we have a commendation for Certified Green Business, which is Bay Imaging. There we go. All right. So we have a handful of things. As you all know, we have a Certifying Green Business Award. And Bay Imaging is our next recipient. So the City of San Carlos partnered with the San Mateo County PG&E, the California Water Service, SBWMA, and the Bay Area Quality Management District to bring Bay Area green business programs. And we've certified over 1,000 green businesses to date to firms in San Carlos. So it reads, whereas the Green Business Program is a successful partnership of the city, the county, local utilities, and agencies that assists, recognizes, and promotes businesses and government agencies that operate voluntarily in a more environmentally responsible way. And to be certified as a green business, participants and their firms must comply with all regulations and meet program standards from conserving resources, preventing pollution, and minimizing waste. So today we have Bay Imaging. So you have a proclamation from us. It's the first one. And they have a lot of higher-up proclamations. So we have one from the California Legislature, which is signed by Rich Gordon. Got that right. And then we have one from the California State Senate, signed by Joe Simidian. And one from the United States House of Representatives, signed by Jackie Spear. So, pretty big deal. And if you would like to introduce yourself to the crowd and tell us a little bit about Bay Imaging.
Sure. Hello, nice to meet you, San Carlos. I've been here. My business has been in San Carlos for 13 years. Been in business for 20 years. And it's the classic toner cartridge recycling business. We've saved tens of thousands of pints of oil and all kinds of waste going into landfills for 20 years. And that's why I got into the business. And it's great to work with the city, and it's good to know the city's a green place. And let's keep it going.
All right, thank you, Bay Imaging. All right, now we have about 20 proclamations. So we're going to do this all at once. For everyone who is here for the participating as a San Carlos Green Team Block Leader, could you come up? If anyone's here. Ann, I know you're here. And I think Pat's here as well. And Suzanne, are you on this list? No. Oh, you didn't participate. Well. What? So we have 2 out of the 20. That's pretty good odds. So Ann and Pat, if you'd like to come up and join me. So I'm going to read quickly the proclamation, then you guys can tell us about what you did. We'll put Ann on the spot. All right. So the City of St. Carlos partnered with resident volunteers on a public information phase of the rollout of the new solid waste and recycling services in the 12-agency South Bay Bayside Waste Management Authority. Resident volunteers or block leaders received a kit of informational materials and assistance from the Rethink Waste staff about the new services and outreach program, and also received regular newsletters updating them on their programs of the new service rollout as it progressed. The block leaders were asked to help spread the word about the new programs and services to their friends and neighbors through word of mouth, local block parties, and emails. So, Ann, would you like to tell us about your experience?
Sure.
Well, Pat can go next.
Sure.
That's okay.
You know,
Let's cut it short. We've got some green things on the agenda.
Right.
This is one of those green
Yeah.
things.
this was a really great program. It really was not, a whole lot of work.
Oh, well,
I think, I know, I mean, just to be honest, but because I think a lot of the residents were all very interested in the program. They were all educated on the program, and there was, I didn't
Look at
really.
our neighborhoods, and people seem to understand how to do this sort of thing.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
It was great.
So I did answer a few questions and let, a lot of my neighbors know that if they had questions, that we were there. And thanks to Recology, we've cut
It's true.
our diversion rate we've improved our diversion rate by what, 20%?
20%? The diversion?
Not
It's
to put
been
you on the
great.
spot.
The single stream program has really done well.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you, Ann and Pat. And last but not least, Doug Long, you want to come up here? We have one final proclamation. We will be declaring July 2011 Parks and Recreation Month. So I'm sure you wrote this, but I'll read it. Whereas Parks and Rec makes lives and communities better now and in the future, and whereas 98% of California households indicated they visit a local park at least once in the past year, most often visiting a park with family and friends, parks provide access to the serenity and the inspiration of nature and outdoor spaces to play and exercise. Recreation fosters human development, providing positive alternatives for children and youth during non-school hours to reduce crime and mischief, thereby helping children and youth develop and grow into healthy and productive adults. I'll skip to the bottom, where thousands of children, adults, and seniors benefit from the wide range of services, facilities, and programs provided by the San Carlos Parks and Rec Department, including the award-winning Youth Center, the Goblin Walk, Night of Holiday Lights, the Senior Lunch Program, and recreation services for the city of Half Moon Bay, which begin this month on July 2011. Nice plug. The City of San Carlos urges all its residents to recognize that Parks and Rec enriches the lives of its residents and visitors, as well as adding value to the community's homes and neighborhoods. There you go, Doug. And if you want to say a couple words about what we have coming up for Parks and Rec.
Well, as mentioned, we do have the concert series. I think many people take advantage of that. There was a wall-to-wall people there on Friday night, so those concert series will continue through August 26th. We have a new boot camp program for those of you who want to get up at 5:30 in the morning and sweat. And we have lots of programs for all ages. Our camps are going on right now. We have room in our camps, and for folks that are adults, there's a multitude of programs that are offered to you. So just check out our website and come join us through this summer of recreation.
All right. Thank you, Doug, and thank you, Parks and Rec.
Well, hey, give more stuff away.
Oh, yeah. So thank you for everyone who came. For those, if you don't want to stay for the rest of the meeting, you can feel free to leave if you'd like. But if you want to, we will be jumping into our gateway design. So that was originally 12A, but we'll be doing it as 5E. 12A is the presentation of awards for the Gateway Design Competition. And Deborah, are you going to be handling this?
I am.
Okay. Take it away.
I get to do several art things tonight. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Wait. I'm challenged here. I'm sorry, I can't read it. Thank you. Oh, slideshow. Okay, good. I wore the wrong glasses, sorry. I'm Deborah Nelson, Planning Manager, and tonight's presentation is to acknowledge the winners of the city's Gateway Design Competition. Three designers representing 2 of the wards are here tonight, and I will introduce them as we go. Just as a little background, the city requested a review of the design of design for gateways in your strategic plan, which was in response to the general plan where residents expressed a desire to better mark and aesthetically improve the city's gateways. So as a first pass at this, we suggested a cost-effective program which involved the city and the San Mateo chapter of the American Institute of Architects to create a competition, and then to spur interest in the competition to have monetary awards. The gateways in the general plan are represented on this slide, and participants were asked to present designs for at least one primary, shown in the red, and one secondary gateway, which are shown in the yellow. And then we also added, as you recall, 2 gateways at the north and south terminuses of Old County Road and also the airport. Here's some examples of iconic gateway features that already exist. Most recognizable, of course, is the depot and the feature that's at San Carlos Avenue and El Camino. But we also have some others, and these not so recognizable, and because they are low, often cannot be seen, at least when you're in a vehicle. All right. Then there are gateways that have no features at all. On the left, Crestview at Edgewood, and on the right, Industrial Road at Belmont. So we started with a Saturday introduction, invited participants to come, and then that was followed by a tour. Those we also posted on the website, and we allowed the participants 1 month to prepare their submittals, and then put together a judging committee which met on June 13th to look at the submittals. The submittals were submitted in the blind, so the judges did not know the names of the participants. The judges were Vice Mayor Grocott, a Planning Commissioner, Scott Marsters, Arts and Cultural Commissioner, Cynthia Gamuccio, Chamber of Commerce Rep, Kim Beauchamp, AIA chapter, John Lucchese, a member from the American Institute of Landscape Architects, Bruce McDonald, and myself. So the first place team took a comprehensive look at both the primary and secondary gateways, and Richard Leitzinger and Mario Kyoto are here to present their designs, and those are in the space. This first place design was well received by the judges for its visual interest and use of materials. This slide shows the breadth of thought that went into the design of the winning entry, and the panelists. The panels are intended to evoke the style and physical movement of local grasses, while the brick base harkens memories of William Whipple Hull's pioneer brickworks. Sculpture can also be used in conjunction with the markers, and the sculpture are here tonight. This design is intended for gateway areas that are either smaller in size or have public land which is limited. And this example is for the pedestrian entrance at Crestview and the city of Belmont. The team also prepared a design that could be used to mark neighborhood streets along El Camino Real. The second place entry by Joaquin Pedrin took the historical approach, studying boundary markers from Europe, Asia, and America. Joaquin could not be here tonight as he's on a commission at Pearl Harbor. The result is a vertical design that features materials referencing the historic Caltrain depot, and the markers could feature geographical coordinates of the location printed along the sides. In addition to the vertical markers, a landscape treatment featuring red maples and a flat surface treatment of pavers interspersed will illuminate glass with illuminated glass blocks is proposed. This design was well received by the judges for its selection of a repeated theme of marker and tree applied to every installation, both primary and secondary. For secondary gateway locations, this proposal calls for similar but narrower design. Mr. Pedrin's design also includes a breakdown of estimated expenses for the gateways, and his proposal, as was requested in the guidelines. The third place by Alice Gow, and she is here this evening, is a design feature in an Art Nouveau style tree. The tree spells out San Carlos in the branches and is intended to change colors as the metal gains patina. The tree could also feature decorations and internal lighting during various holiday periods. This design was well received by the judges for its selection of the existing tree image applied in a variety of ways and a very cost-effective approach. A practical approach for secondary gateways that she proposed is to mark pavement using a version of the city tree with paint or permeable pavers. And another idea to mark entrances at secondary gateways to use pavers to spell out San Carlos. This could be constructed of permeable pavers to allow stormwater filtration as a secondary benefit. Future steps could include the City Council evaluating these proposals in conjunction with your marketing and branding campaign and us bringing back to you recommendations for the capital improvement program. I'd like to thank Gavin Monahan, who just left the room, with the CDD staff for his work on this project, and also introduce John Stewart of the AIA, who will distribute the awards. And if you'd like to hear from the artists, they would love to do their own presentations as well.
Ms. Nelson, before we get into the presentations, we do have a public comment since this was going to be 12A.
Okay.
So, Ms. Bell?
Pat Bell, San Carlos. I'm concerned that as I read about this whole process, there was no public input. There were important people on this committee to decide who was going to win, and now there are 3 proposals, and I want to know how the how the decision-making process is going to go. Is this it? These 3? And is the public ever going to have any input? Do we write to our councilman and say, I hate this one, don't you dare put that anywhere near my house? Or I love that one, or I like the primary from this artist and the secondary from that artist? I mean, are we going to have any part in this at all, or is this going to be a fiat from all of you brilliant gentlemen? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bell. And as Ms. Nelson said, any decision on construction will come before the City Council, correct?
Yes, I'd like to respond to that. What we did, and as a cost-effective approach, was get local artists in our community to give us their designs, their design ideas. The decision about what to do with gateways is the council's, and we would expect that that would go through a typical public process. Our neighboring Redwood City is conducting a similar kind of process where they've gone out to bid for a specific design award, and it's a $10,000 expense just for that bid process. So we looked at this as a way to start the process going, give us some ideas. It will ultimately be up to you what you want to implement and if any of these ideas and these designs are suitable.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. If you want to start with the awards.
As Deborah said, my name's John Stewart. I'm past president of the local AIA and have a local business on Laurel Street. And I'd like to thank Deborah and Gavin for all the support and hard work that they put into this. The AIA has done a lot of design charrettes, as you probably know, but we've never really actually done a design competition before. So this was really a good experience for us. So if Alice Cow is here, would you please come up? Did I pronounce your name right? Yes. Oh, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to say anything about your design, or I think you're a recent graduate of Berkeley, are you? Or you want to tell us a little bit about yourself? Or
Okay. My name is Alice Gall.
We're bringing you a mic.
Okay, thank you. I'm honored to be here today. I'd like to thank the City of San Carlos and also the San Mateo Chapter AIA for considering my design and giving me this award. So briefly, my design, I was just mainly interested in a very simple but creative way to create a boundary marker and that could be easily recognizable to passerby, since most people who are traveling to the city are coming in a car and they're coming like 40 miles an hour. Basically, the primary site I chose was El Camino Real at Redwood City, and the secondary site was Industrial Road at Belmont. So for my primary site, I found inspiration from the city sealed oak tree, and I came with the idea of a metal tree sculpture shaped in the Art Nouveau style with the branches spelling out City of San Carlos. The tree also would add a nice visual element to the streetscape and also could be illuminated at night. The secondary site was basically a challenge because there was really no room for a vertical marker. So I decided to look at aerial sign instead. And I looked at like what kind of symbols are usually on the road already, which usually are traffic symbols. But the bike lane symbol stood out the most because even though it's a very simple abstract symbol, everyone knows what it is when they first see it. So I thought about some of the ideas I had was just to use the oak tree, abstracted oak image that with the city's name on it, or even the oak could also include like hello or goodbye from San Carlos for like more fun aspect. And the other idea was just like to have a paved crosswalk spelling out the city of San Carlos in in white pavers against a red background, because red is just like one of the colors that pops out really easily to the human eye, and also it contrasts nicely against the asphalt road. And this like crosswalk could also be like easily read from above, like when you're flying an airplane. So you know that as long as you see the red line across the road, you know that you're in San Carlos. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, as Deborah said, Joaquin couldn't be here, so I'm going to go to the final award winners. Richard Leitzinger, who I'm proud to say is a member of the local chapter of the AIA, and Mario Chiito. You want to come up and get your checks? I don't know who wants to speak first.
Well, I'd like to thank all of you, Gavin, Deborah, the council. It was a fun process. Anything that has to do with creativity is process, and that's where the real joy is. I want to thank you for the presentation. That was succinct and comprehensive at the same time. The big joy in all of this was, like I said before, the process. And Mario and I had a great time in discovering not just the climate, which is obvious as a resident here, but also the soul of the people of the town. So our jewel in all of this is the San Carlos Avenue. And again, San Carlos has a lot of people to be proud of in its history. So with that, I'd kind of like to hand it over to Mario.
Thank you also, everyone, for choosing our design. I just would like to say that when I started to unfold and look at the history of San Carlos, there's a lot of history here. And telling history through art is what I do, and I wanted to give you kind of a glimpse at what the process is. I brought small maquettes, and we call these history-telling pillars. And then I brought a half-scale maquette that represents an Ohlone Indian with the indigenous animals. And the thought behind this is to go back about 500 years to present and get community input by who should be part of these storytelling pillars. But it's something that can serve as a landmark in every area. It's something that could be just like those other cities that inspire art and education that you see around the world, is usually with some high level of art and architecture, and your city is absolutely perfect for that. So we're grateful. We hope we get the opportunity to take this to the final step. The maquette over here is only half scale. The full scale one would be about 18 to 20 feet tall. But again, it's to give you an idea of the quality of what we can do. And oh, absolutely, it would be a destination. And we can do this in a multitude of materials. And really, our experience it's literally, we can make it almost indestructible and maintenance free, which I think is important. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, John and Deborah and all the staff and judges that participated, and of course all the participants and the award winners. Thank you. It seems like it was a great process, and we have some great stuff to look at moving forward. So thank you very much. So we'll be now moving on to item number 6, which is our general public comments. This is reserved for public comment for items not on the agenda, and each speaker will be given 2 minutes. First up, we have David Tom.
My name's David Tom. I'm a resident of San Carlos. I've lived here all my life. I just have a letter to read, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. In the 50 or so years I have lived in San Carlos, I recently witnessed something that made me very proud to be a citizen of the city of good living. On Sunday, July 10th, about 3 o'clock a.m., my neighbor's house caught on fire and became a 2-alarm inferno. In the chaos that ensued, I did not have time to count, but there must have been at least 7 or 8 fire engines. The first truck arrived from San Carlos in 3 minutes, I was informed. Others soon arrived from San Carlos, Belmont, Redwood City, and San Mateo. In the dark of the night, there were police cars and PG&E. City council members, Randy Royce, former mayor, was there to offer support, as was City Council member Matt Grocott, also a former mayor. My wife, son, and 2 granddaughters and myself were thankful for the many neighbors on our doorstep who helped us take personal belongings quickly from our home as the fire raged next door. I thought our home would be next to catch fire. Little did we know that at the time our home would be spared except for the lingering smell of smoke. This is minor compared to our neighbors who have lost their home. All lives were safe. Thanks to all of that helped, we were blessed that night. Our neighbors offered nonstop support all day long to the family that lost their home. When our families needed help, all of you made a difference. Thank you, David Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Tom.
You bet.
And next up, we have Ms. Bell. Okay, Ms. Bell, you have 2 minutes.
Pat Bell again. Quit chit-chatting, I'm going to talk about you. When Brad and Bob were elected to council 6 years ago, I guess now, 7, 6, long time ago, Brad reminded me early and often that I should shop in San Carlos or else. So I did, and I learned how to shop in San Carlos, and I found places to shop in San Carlos, and I tried the restaurants, and I found the ones I like. And now I'm going back the other way, because having fought off all those guys who said, I'm not going to vote for any revenue measure, these guys don't know how to manage the money they already have. Well, now I've seen how this council, the three who did it, have balanced this budget. And I'm with the guys who say they don't know how to manage money, they're not getting mine. So we don't eat on Laurel Street very often, and we don't shop in San Carlos as much. And we find ways to spend our money elsewhere because all of you, each of you, is smart enough to know that there were more than two possibilities when we started down this road. You did not have to slice and dice our public safety in order to balance your budget. You chose to do that. Now I choose to spend my money elsewhere until you guys are gone and we get back to a council that is more diverse. And actually, you can't tell 5 days ahead of time what the vote's going to be. It's so nice to have Brad back. I don't always agree with him, but I don't know how he's going to vote. And for 18 months, I've known how 3 of you were going to vote. It's been really, really ugly. So I don't have a lot of money, so it's not going to break anybody. But where was the chamber while you were doing all this nonsense and shenanigans? Where was town?
We're going to need you to wrap up.
Where was Piacere? Where were those big guys who used to get my money, who don't get my money anymore? They were not here. Well, then they have to do without me.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Okay, are there any other speakers for general public comment? Mr. Randall. Welcome, Mr. Randall. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Brian Randall. I live in San Carlos. I've lived here for over 40 years. The house that caught fire, I know it quite well. It's got quite a history. The last bad thing that happened there was it flooded when people went away. Now it's caught fire. Very dangerous fire. And I want to congratulate our firefighters for what they did, for getting there so fast. They're the best. Like I said before, I want the best, not the cheapest. And there they were. I want you to pay them well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. Are there any other speakers for public comment? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to item 7, approval of the consent calendar. Consent calendar items are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless members of the council, staff, or public request specific items to be removed for separate action. Do any council members wish to remove any items? Mr. Grocott?
Item C.
Okay, 7C. Anything else? Seeing none, can we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, make a motion to approve the consent calendar items 7A, B, D, E, F, and G.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. Okay, Mr. Grocott, we'll take your item 7C now.
So I pulled this from the agenda because when this was presented to us as part of the budget, I had a few questions about creating this position, and I was opposed to it then. I'm still opposed to it now. It appears to me, essentially, the position is the same, the duties and so forth. I took a look at some of the history on this, and I don't see that what the employee is being asked to do is any different than what they're really doing now. But what it does essentially is it creates another step up in pay by creating this position, And I don't think we need to be doing that in these fiscal times, especially. I'm not sure even if it weren't these fiscal times, we'd need to be doing such a thing. So I'm voting against it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grocott. Are there any comments, or can we have a motion?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve item 7C.
Is there a second?
A second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. And I'm sorry to do this, but we just have a speaker slip for 7F. It didn't get to me in time, so Mr. Robin, if you'd like to come up, so we may, if we'll approve it standing on its own after, or disapprove it based on public comment.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Just got your
No
note.
problem. I got up a little late. Hi, my name's Murray Roblin. I live on St. Francis Way here in San Carlos. I've been watching over, I've been involved in the cell tower issues really since I think they appeared probably a year and a half ago. The letter which is, I think, being suggested that be forwarded onto the grand jury of San Mateo County, I think that as it's currently written, it misses a few items. Okay, there's been significant difficulty and pain on the part of the community, and I think on the part of the city, in making these decisions. And I don't think that the letter really addresses those issues. I think there's an opportunity to express the concerns that the citizens have and the difficulty that the cities find in balancing the needs of the community with the obligations that they have, the obligation that the city has under the federal regulations. And I think that the letter ought to include some information about that. Furthermore, the report, as produced by the grand jury, points out that there may be an opportunity for the city to recoup some of the money and the cost associated with evaluating these permits. Our fee apparently is a fixed rate of some $5,000. Belmont, as an example, actually has a higher rate than that and provides an opportunity for the city to recover additional costs depending on the amount of work that staff has to put into it. I'd like you to consider that type of a situation, again, given the amount of difficulty that the city's faced in evaluating these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the city attorney, are we able to backtrack on this a bit?
You could do a motion to reconsider that item if you'd like.
Sorry, I should mute that.
And then revote on that particular item on the consent calendar.
Okay, so I'll leave it up to the council's pleasure if you'd like to go back or just let it stand as is.
I'd like the opportunity to ask staff a question about the fee
Okay,
structure.
feel free.
So just given the public comment on that last item, as far as, do we have a limited fee recoup that we have with these type of applications and permits at this point?
Through the mayor, the fee for service policy that the city adopts collects the fee for the planning staff to take a use permit through the city council. And in the case where there are a number of continuances, it has been our past practice to ask the applicants for additional funds for notifying, additional funds for studies, additional funds for the staff to evaluate those studies. The other, as I understand it, the other part about fees in this report is also the lease payments, and those are decided by your council on a case-by-case basis for those facilities that are on public rights-of-way and public lands.
And certainly this is beyond the scope of the response letter, but I was just curious about the fee structure and whether or not that's worth considering down the road. But it's your impression, at this point, the recovering fees is
We
expensive?
just had you adopt a new fee schedule, and we did not modify this particular fee as the base rate because we do feel that that we're managing that well, and it does cover the costs.
Right. Very good.
Okay, are there any other comments?
Just had a quick question. You indicated you asked the applicant for the money. Do we get the money from the applicant?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. But you didn't say that. You just said you asked them for it. Thank you.
Are there any comments, Mr. Grocott, Mr. Royce? Okay, so with that, I think we just let it, with motion stands. All right, thank you. We'll be moving on to item 8A, reports to council. Reports to councils are updates on key city projects by city department heads and staff and city council subcommittees. They are informational in nature and no action will be taken on these items at this meeting. So we will get a report from Assistant City Manager Brian Mora. We'll go to public comment. We'll have questions from the council and then discussion, but we'll take the public comment first, as I'm sure that's going to have plenty of questions for staff as well. So, Mr. Mora, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Brian Mora, Assistant City Manager. This is our annual green meeting, as you probably guessed in looking at the agenda. And as part of our tradition since 2007, it is this time of year when we give you an update on the city's work in the area of green programs and climate protection. And just to give you a quick background, I'm sure some of you recall, this project started in August 2006 as part of the council's strategic plan, and that year the council asked the city to take our existing green programs and to ramp them up. In May 2007, we gave you a plan which you approved, and over the last 4 years, the city has been much more of a player in the green movement, and indeed, I think it's fair to say, as you look back on the various programs and awards that we've received in the last 4 years, we've been a major player throughout Silicon Valley in this area. To reiterate our approach, what we've done, and I think very effectively, and this is something also that the council encouraged us to do from the very start, is to use partnerships wherever possible. And so we have done that. We work not only within the city organization, but also with the business community through the Chamber of Commerce, through our local residents, through groups like San Carlos Green and San Carlos Together. We also leverage many, many partnerships at the county level, groups like SBWMA, Recycle Works, the Green Business Program, the County Residential Energy Assistance Program known as REAP, the County Energy Watch and CCAG. We work with Joint Venture Silicon Valley at the regional level. At the Bay Area level, we work with ABAG, MTC, and the Air Board. And statewide, we work with the state, ICLEI, the League of California Cities. So you can see we have quite a broad partnership. And let me...
Mr. Moore, can you explain what ICLEI is for those who don't know?
ICLEI is a national group that is based in Oakland, and it is called Local Governments for Sustainability. It basically has a science underpinning in terms of climate change, and it provides a number of software tools and technology for cities to do things such as greenhouse gas inventories and climate action plans.
Thank you.
And we're one of the early members of ICLEI. So let me just kind of run through real quickly some of the highlights in the different partnerships and areas. And again, there's much more detail in your report, but I thought I'd just kind of, for the benefit of the council and the audience, go through some of the highlights this year. On the city front, once again, the city has met and exceeded its recycling goals under both SB 1018 and AB 939. Our new San Carlos Green Building Code went into effect January 1st. It was one of the first in the Bay Area to be integrated with the state's new Cal Green Code, and since its implementation, several other cities have now copied the San Carlos model and are using something very similar. We rolled out the Climate Action Plan. We received a Recovery Act grant of $147,000, which we'll be beginning to implement a little bit later this year. We also continued our Creek Cleanup Day activities in September. We assisted the state with 2 webinars on how to introduce a mandatory commercial recycling ordinance. We're one of the first cities in the state to do that last year. And as you'll hear later on tonight, we're about to become the first city in Silicon Valley to win the Beacon Award. Our Climate Action Plan is worth noting. There are a couple of other cities who are just now getting to adopting a climate action plan. The San Carlos one has 23 measures that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 15% by 2020 and 35% by 2035. It is linked to the general plan. It's consistent with AB 32 and with the AB 32 scoping plan, and it establishes our CEQA thresholds, which enables the city to proceed with projects and enables businesses to develop. Over the years, the city's climate action plan has now won 3 awards for innovation in green planning, outstanding planning, and the Visionary Award from the Grand Boulevard Coalition. It was cited by both the former Attorney General and the current Governor, Jerry Brown, as a model across the state. And this year is our first year now where we're beginning to roll out implementation measures consistent with the Climate Action Plan, which this year include progress in areas such as the Green Building Code I just mentioned, Also, some significant increases in recycling and reduction in garbage collection among our residents. And in the new zoning ordinance, which the council will get in September and the Planning Commission will see next month, you'll also see language related to landscape requirements to promote reduced water usage, relating to gardening, additional tree planting, alternative fuel stations, and on-site energy generation. So we're beginning to move down the road in terms of not just having a climate action plan, but actually implementing some of the items in it. In Rethink Waste, as you heard earlier, we rolled out our new services on January 1st, and in April, the new Shoreway Recyclery went online. The full center will be open this September, and we're hopeful to actually get LEED Silver certification for that center. It'll be the first LEED building in San Carlos if we do reach that goal. As was mentioned earlier, our single stream recycling has been very successful this year. We've moved to a weekly program, and across the not only San Carlos, but the entire SBWMA recycling is up quite a bit more than we had expected. You probably remember several years ago when we started the new services, we were hoping for an increase of recycling around 10%. Across the SBWMA, we've seen a jump of over 30%. It's more than triple what we expected. Similarly, garbage collection, we were hoping for a 10% drop. It's almost double that. It's almost 19%. So in the residential area, we're doing very, very well. We still have some challenges, frankly, in the commercial sector, but we have some ideas later this year to begin working on that. We talked earlier about the Green Team block leaders. There were 24 individuals in San Carlos that volunteered to help us, and those people continue to work with the city to get the word out about the new programs. That's been very successful. We talked about the mandatory commercial recycling ordinance, and while we're still working with Recology, I think it's fair to say that we're seeing some early results from some of our businesses, not everyone yet, but we're seeing some progress. And in particular, there are roughly 10 businesses that have some very, very impressive numbers. And in further work with Recology, I'm hoping that later this year, early next year, we're going to try to put together some sort of a recognition program for those outstanding businesses with the council. We're continuing to do our work with food scraps, and actually on January 1, the other 11 SBWMA agencies began their work with food scraps, and that has helped the numbers. Our door-to-door household waste program, which San Carlos is, I'm sure the council knows, was one of the charter members. There are now 8 of the 12 agencies are using that program, and the other 4 will be coming online shortly. And then finally, we're continuing to explore an every other week garbage pilot program. That's still in the early stages. Countywide, we continue to be active with the county, with CCAG, with Energy Watch. In the last 12 months, we've completed the Energy Watch, not only audits for city buildings, but now the proposal to make the city buildings more energy efficient, and that will be part of our energy efficiency grant for later this year. We continue to refer local businesses to this program for energy retrofits and to reduce their cost of running their businesses. There's a new program that we'll talk to you a little bit more about later in the year called Energy Upgrade California, which will allow residents to get rebates of up to $4,000 per home to do energy retrofits in their residences. We also are planning later this year and early next year to begin updating our greenhouse gas inventories for both the city operations and the community. It's now our 5-year marker, so we're working on that. CCAG has agreed to help us in the climate action plan area by doing the vehicle miles traveled and the transportation-related measures on the climate action plan, which I think will be very helpful since they have the technical expertise. And finally, in working with ICLEI that we talked about earlier, they've brought to our attention a new program that the county used quite effectively last year called the AmeriCorps ICLEI Intern Program. This is where promising environmental college and graduate students are loaned to cities and counties for a 10-month period at a cost stipend of $15,000 a year to accelerate green programs. And that's something that the city may want to take a look at if we want to take our green program to the next level. In the Green Business Program, as we talked about earlier tonight, we recognize the 31st green business in San Carlos, Bay Imaging. We have several more that are in the queue. This program has helped businesses reduce their energy costs and save money. They have to go through a rather rigorous 12-page questionnaire and certification process to receive this award. San Carlos remains the leader in the program. We have more San Carlos businesses that are green certified than any city in the county. And we're also working with them on some tools to convert the results of these certifications to a carbon footprint reduction calculation, which we'll plug into our climate action plan. At Joint Venture Silicon Valley, we remain active in their climate protection task force. San Carlos was one of the charter members. I'm on the executive steering committee once again for that project. We're working with them on some countywide measures in terms of moving things forward. Progress on this project has slowed a little bit this year due to budget cuts, not so much in our city, but rather in other cities. There are a couple cities that used to have full-time green coordinators that those positions have been either curtailed or laid off due to budget problems, so that's slowed things a little bit. Nevertheless, Joint Venture continues to offer several programs of interest in addition to a solar power purchase pool, which we're exploring for city buildings. They've also now launched a second program in the same area called an Energy Services Program, or an ESCO as they're called. And we are actually working with one of the consultants to explore the possibility of some or all the city buildings being able to have some photovoltaic applications and reduce costs. We're looking with them as well on the greenhouse gas inventory updates, continuing workshops in the green area, and also some potential for some regional purchasing. At the Chamber of Commerce, the Chamber continues to have monthly green updates in its newsletter. They also co-sponsor with the city two Green Businesses of the Year. As you can see from the slide this year, the big Green Business of the Year was Black Mountain Properties, which won the award for encouraging their tenants to take green measures and to apply for the Green Business Program. And the Small Green Businesses of the Year was Gino Valet, State Farm Insurance, who is one of our more energetic participants, not only on the Chamber's Green Business Committee, but also was a recent recipient of the Green Business Award. We're also working with them on the commercial recycling ordinance, and we've talked to them potentially about a voluntary reusable shopping bag program with the Youth Advisory Council. San Carlos Green continues to be another component of our program. They continue to have community work days at Vista Park. This year they had a Drive Less challenge for both residences and school parents. They are involved in the promotion regarding Energy Upgrade California. They team with San Carlos together on the annual garage sale and also provide information about green programs at community events and on their website. And then, of course, at the state level, we've been very active with the Institute for Local Self-Government at Cal Recycle. San Carlos has hosted 2 statewide webinars on mandatory commercial recycling. We are developing with our community development department regional SB 375 rules, the so-called sustainable community strategies. We have provided both Cal Recycle and ILG with a number of our model policies and documents on a variety of topics. And we've also worked with them on both implementation of Cal Green and the mandatory recycling ordinance. In terms of the year ahead, some of the things that we have coming up in the next couple months, we have as part of our energy grant through the Recovery Act, a program to convert street lights, primarily in the industrial area, but also up and down Britton Avenue to LED street lights, and the city building energy upgrade that I mentioned earlier. We have the Shoreway Center dedication in September. We have free compost and e-shred events scheduled in the fall. We're going to continue to look at solar energy at the city buildings, and as I said later on tonight, we'll talk about the Beacon Award, as well as the upcoming Zoom In on Zoning project, which will include a number of elements that relate to the Climate Action Plan. And as far as moving ahead in the future, we plan to continue to work with our partners at the local, regional, and state level, and also in the Green Business Program. So there's been a lot of things accomplished once again in 2011, and obviously we have another ambitious year ahead of us. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions or comments the council
We're
may
going to
have.
jump to public comment before we do council questions, because I know we're going to get questions from our public comment. So we have first up Suzanne Emerson and then Ann Iverson.
No problem with it. What are we talking about? Am I here?
Thank you, Ms. Emerson. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Suzanne Emerson of San Carlos for San Carlos Green. First, we'd like to thank the city for its current and ongoing and new environmental programs. We sure appreciate those. Second, the Energy Upgrade California program, which was touched on briefly here, is being covers the entire PG&E service area as well as several others down in Southern California. County is helping to promote it and is encouraging all the local cities to help promote it. We'd love to see the city commit to making sure everybody on the building building department staff is well versed in this program, and maybe even handing out information about the program to permit applicants, especially at the time of remodeling or re-roofing, as some other communities are doing. Third, I've just handed out to you a list. These are the different elements or measures that are already listed in the city's climate action plan, and this is the list of the 3 phases of implementation that are already in the city's climate action plan. What we don't have and what we'd love to see from the city is an update on where the city is on each of these individual measures. As you can see, the first phase of implementation was scheduled to be 2005 through 2007, so in theory we should be already done with those. I know several of these things were things that were already in the progress or already have been done. Other things we know have not been done, and other things we don't know, we in the public don't know. So it would be great to have, in order to see where the city is on track and where it's not on track with complying with the climate action plan, it would be lovely to have that kind of feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Next up, we have Ann Iverson, and then followed by Debbie, and I'm sorry for the mispronunciation, Bachgalupi. That's from from Randy, so if I did that wrong, it's his fault. Oh, sorry. Hello, Ann.
Good evening, Ann Iverson, San Carlos Green. I wanted to comment on a couple of energy-related topics that Brian covered in his things that are coming up in the upcoming year. The one is the energy efficiency stimulus block grant that we received, and that's going to be used for some building upgrades, lighting upgrades in the Adult Community Center, and also for LED street lighting. And then on what I'd like to consider a related topic is the solar energy investments that their city's looking at with joint venture Silicon Valley. So that's in a public, a purchase power agreement. I'd just like to encourage the city to look at any kind of energy investment and efforts in a holistic way. So best practice is that energy efficiency upgrades are done first because it's the lowest cost and most efficient way to save money and save energy. And then you can look at solar energy because it's very expensive to put energy panels on your roof to cover energy that could be solved in a much less expensive way. So just thinking about this in a more holistic way, I think that would be recommended. Also, there are 3% interest loans through the state, very low interest loans that can be used for these kinds of investments. And I would like you to encourage you to look at those options as well before entering into a public power agreement. Another issue is around revolving energy funds. A revolving energy fund is a tactic people use when they get a loan or they get a grant. They can put this money into a fund, into an account, and it's used for clean energy, energy efficiency, solar energy, even intelligent energy management systems, things like that. And as that money is spent, the savings from these investments are put back into the fund. So you're really creating a self-sustaining fund for this kind of investment without impacting your general fund. And we think that's really a great thing to be looking at. There's a lot of cities that are doing this. We have a lot of examples. ICLEI even has a guide to how to set one of these things up. We think it would be very good way to look at this and really look at this as planning how to improve all these things rather than doing a lot of separate projects. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ann. And last, we have Debbie Bachgalupi. And then if anyone else would like to speak, you can just key up and give us a speaker slip after.
My name is Debbie Bachgalupi, and I'm a resident of San Carlos, and I was not planning on commenting about this section, but as soon as you mentioned ICLEI and you asked who was ICLEI and you mentioned it was a local group out of Oakland, that actually is not true. So what I'm commenting about is Agenda 21 and what ICLEI is really a part of, and this whole sustainable growth, smart growth. Here's what I want to say. It's more egregious than I think what we're telling the public. And I think we're actually not telling the public what ICLEI really is. And I think if the public really knew what ICLEI was, what it's about, and what it's going to do to the United States, I know it sounds crazy, but you can look up Agenda 21 ICLEI, you can look up the map, you could see the red zones, the no human use corridors, the yellow corridors that mean little to no human use. My parents are cattle ranchers up in Northern California. They've been fighting this movement for the past 3 years, so we've studied ICLEI, we've studied this whole movement, and it is to take away lands that we have in the United States. And before San Carlos, a city that I loved and I grew here because I moved here because I liked it so much, but now I'm wondering what the heck we're doing to ourselves. I ask not only you, but also everyone in this room to start considering what these bigger motives are really all about. And so before you start jumping in, bed with ICLEI, I think that as responsible council members to a city of residents who are not knowing, I ask you to start looking into this stuff before we start going down to the slippery slope of becoming a new world order. And you can look up all this stuff online, and I hope that everybody else in this room looks it up. That's what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bell?
I just want to thank San Carlos Green for all that they've done and urge you as strongly as possible to do what they've asked you to do, especially the revolving fund. If you put a little bit of money in and then put the savings back in that fund. These people have devoted an enormous amount of time and energy and expertise over the years that would have cost the city a fortune if you had paid for it, which you never would have. I mean, the city would never have paid for it, but had we had a different world and the city paid for such things, they really have made a huge contribution, and we should appreciate that more than just putting them on the list of good things in San Carlos, good green things in San Carlos. This is a group of individuals who have just done amazing things. I was there at the beginning and quit very early, but I know how much work went into just getting it started, and here they are now. Pat Potter is recycling everything, and Suzanne and Ann are working on the energy. It's amazing, and you ought to take their advice because they're very smart about this subject.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Is there any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to questions from the council. Mr. Lewis, do you want to start?
I have a bunch of comments for later, but I don't necessarily have any questions for staff at the moment.
Okay, Mr. Grisilli?
I have no questions.
Mr. Grocott?
I have no questions.
Mr. Royce, no questions. Okay, I have a couple.
Okay.
Sorry to make you stay up there.
It's all right.
So my question is mainly with the report itself.
Okay.
There's no metric. So there's a lot of lists of we've done this, we've done that, but there's no, in the report itself, it's no metric. There's no we've saved this much or we're doing this much in the cap, as San Carlos Green brought up. We do metrics in a lot of our other reports. If it was a financial report or if it was anything else, we would show exactly what we're talking about. This report kind of just reads like a list of we're involved in all of this, but we don't know how much we're involved. We don't know how much we've done. Is there any way for us to start getting more hard numbers?
Well, I think certainly if there are specific projects that the council is interested in getting metrics or numbers, we can certainly do that. And I think as far as the climate action plan itself, I think when we initially established it, the thought was that once the program got running, that we would in fact do regular reports on it. It's still in its infancy, but that's something that's coming up, and that's certainly something I can sit down and talk with community development about.
Okay, and so one of the numbers I'm interested in, you talked about the 30% recycling for residential. What's the number for commercial?
Commercial is actually dropped a bit.
To what?
I think the last number I saw, not specific to San Carlos, but across the SBWMA was like, it's about 10% down. Although in San Carlos.
10% down from what?
From last year's level.
From last year, okay. And
That's correct.
Okay.
Although I will say that we do have an initial report from Recology that shows all of our businesses in San Carlos. And I guess what I would say there is it varies quite a bit. We have, as I was mentioning earlier, we have about 10 businesses where recycling is up very dramatically. We have some businesses where it's about stable, and then we have some where it's down. And one of the discussions that I've had with Recology in the last month is to begin to work on that, to find out why that's the case. Also, it gets a little complex with commercial recycling because in some instances, they do some of their recycling not through Recology, but rather through third parties. And so until we are able to sit down with the businesses and document how much is through Recology and how much is through third parties, it's hard to know, what that total is.
Through the chair.
Yes,
when you're
Mr.
ready.
Lewis?
Just wanted to, so we talked about approval of a mandatory commercial recycling ordinance.
Correct.
So presumably, within that mandatory ordinance, if we consider it, it would come in with some metrics of some sort of where we stand now. And then also, again, in the same point is, part of the idea is how do we, what's the adherence level? What's enforcement? And how that would be treated either within that ordinance for commercial
Right.
recycling. So
Right.
from my standpoint, when we're talking about a mandatory commercial recycling ordinance coming before us, that's an exciting enhancement ideally, which will have these metrics. So, I mean, I
Right.
hope that they have those when they come forward. I guess that's both a question and a comment.
Well, right, and I guess, Councilmember Lewis, to your comment, we just saw within the last couple of weeks the first report on the commercial recycling by business, and I think it's still a bit raw and early in terms of there was some businesses that were not in compliance, and we need to obviously work with them or find out why, and do they have, for example, commercial service for companies other than Recology? We need to document that. And then for those who have significantly either higher or lower numbers, we need to document that. Although I will mention that the...
I'm sorry, Brian, just stop you for a second, but the numbers you're getting, those are only from Recology, is that right?
That's correct.
So at the city, at this point, we don't have any of our own sort of coordination of enforcement or analysis of what's happening.
Well, the way that the ordinance works is businesses are required to either have recycling through Recology, or they are required to report to the city or demonstrate that they have recycling through someone else. And that's the part we haven't got at yet, is once we have finalized those businesses that don't appear to have services through Recology, we then need to work with them and to find out, do you have recycling, and if so, with who? And frankly, even the businesses that do have recycling through Recology, if they also have supplemental recycling with others, we have to put those together to come up with the measured amount. And that's why I say it's still at an early stage.
Well, and that brings to my question, just to correct you, Mr. Lewis, the mandatory recycling isn't coming forward. We've already done it. We approved it last summer, correct?
The ordinance is in place.
Yeah.
And
So it's not something in the future, it's something we're supposed to be doing now. And so it happened a year ago. And my question is, do we have the bandwidth to actually enforce it? Or is this an ordinance that we just put into place that's not going to be enforced?
The ordinance will be enforced, and as I said, we're just at the early stages of having the first reports in terms of who has services through Recology and the levels that they're participating at. And now, what we did at our first meeting recently is talk about, for those businesses that either appeared to have no service or had problems, we need to circle back with them and talk about, do they also have services through independent third parties? And together, what is that? Because the ordinance talks about providing documentation to the city for non-Recology service.
So if you were to give us a timeline, when is it going to be to the point where we can actually start really talking about enforcement? Since it's too early now, is it another year? Is it 6 months?
I would hope that in 6 months or later this year, we'll begin to be sending letters and, getting additional enforcement.
So to the city manager, will we be able to see something then, maybe in December, January, coming forward and saying these are the actual hard numbers and these are the steps we can take for enforcement?
Yeah, we can certainly do that. Sounds like it would make for a good objective in the upcoming strategic plan in August.
Yeah, Mr. Lewis.
Through the chair, to that point, a great aspect of enforcement is education. And sometimes we have businesses that are from a national chain or from a larger regional chain. And you can do a lot just by reaching out to a local manager who might be working in San Carlos and has worked for a couple of years and maybe working for several more years, and make greater inroads in their local recycling rate just by educating the local manager and the local employees. To the degree that we can do increase our outreach and education as sort of step one of enforcement, if you will, would be a great aspect.
Right, and I guess through the chair to Councilmember Lewis, last year we did that through Recology. There was what we called the Commercial Recycling Blitz 6 months prior to the start of new service. Recology had a team of education specialists who went out to every business in San Carlos and worked with them. In fact, I believe Tammy Del Benny from Recology is here, or she was here earlier, and could talk to that. But what we need to find out now, and those people, by the way, that's a continuing service that they offer. So throughout the year, as new businesses open in San Carlos, they will visit those businesses and do exactly what you describe. And what we need to do in our future follow-up meetings with Recology is, again, dig deeper into the initial reports and find out for those businesses that either aren't working with Recology or the numbers are low, how to resolve that.
Right, and I guess I'm also suggesting that perhaps there's an in-between, not just relying on Recology, that also maybe there's something we can do as a community to help enhance the recycling effort. When we get more into comments, I've got a couple ideas to talk about.
Okay. And then my last question is with the Climate Action Plan implementation. I think I brought this up a couple meetings ago. When will we get numbers on that? Because we do have goals that go from 2005 to 2010, and it's 2011 now. So what is the lag? I mean, I imagine there's a lag after a 5-year period. It takes a little while to put the numbers together, but when would we expect?
Right, and again, there's a couple different pieces to the puzzle. In the case of the greenhouse gas numbers, for example, the 2010 numbers are just now starting to come in, and that's part of that update. And then on some of the other items, that's an area where, again, we'll have to sit down with community development and talk about the first, cycle of reporting.
Okay.
Haven't gotten there yet.
All right, those are all my questions. So we'll go to comments. Mr. Lewis, you said you had a handful.
We have a few, yeah. One of the things that I had a discussion with the city manager, I was curious just for the council to talk about and for staff to think about a little bit, is oftentimes, I know Ms. Bell said earlier that there's a ton of work that's been done by organizations like San Carlos Green in this case that we sort of rely on as a city because we don't have the funding as a city to be able to do as many things as we might like in the green category. San Carlos Green is an incredibly educated and active group, and a lot of them are professionals that do a lot of work. So one thought that I had that Mr. Maltby said would be worth considering is actually us giving money to groups like that have qualified professionals that can do grant applications. Maybe they can help educate some of the businesses and as a step between a company like Recology and just getting some local connections with those companies. There's probably a handful of things that we don't have the time or energy as a staff to do because we don't have the full-time positions and time, but there are a talented organization like San Carlos Green. There are other efforts in the city with talented volunteer organizations like the Sierra Club or different, that do things for the city that we may actually want to set money aside for, give them money to accomplish certain goals if they have the core qualifications to be able to pull off that work. And where it doesn't always have to go to an outside consultant, sometimes those things can be more expensive, where an organization like San Carlos Green could take X amount of money for a grant application and maybe, because it's in their interest as a volunteer group and our interest as a city to get it done, and we can cover those costs in a cost-effective way and still get some of that work accomplished that both the city and the group may want to see done. So that was one thought I had that we may want to consider, and actually taking a group and sort of bringing them into the fold of some of the city's needs and goals that we have and see how they can help us hand in hand. So that was one idea I thought might be worth discussing. The other thing was the Climate Action Plan, again, in discussion with the city manager. The question implementation of the Climate Action Plan is how much in the forefront of staff when they're presenting reports and doing different things as a city, how much does that plan come into play? How present is that? And one thought I had is if we could add either the Climate Action Plan or an environmental element to our staff reports. When we get a staff report and there's an analysis, we have an economic analysis, we have different aspects of that are kind of core criteria to our staff reports that maybe as it relates to the Climate Action Plan could be one of those core criteria, or perhaps that comes in the form of environmental review, whatever the right term is. But it would also remind us, it would help us knowing that this is one of our sort of our future looking documents, and we want to know how things that we do on department by department basis come back and relate to the Climate Action Plan, which might ultimately help us track it as well over the course of time. And we would know as a council, as we're passing things, that they're within the spirit of what that plan was that we're supposed to be in concert with. So those were two things I thought that we might want to talk about. Because when you look at the core criteria of the Climate Action Plan, it's energy, transportation, and waste. So I think that is those within the criteria. It'd be nice to know whatever we do, how it relates to those things. So, and I think the revolving fund is something worth discussing as we move forward, a revolving fund. That was discussed tonight as well. So I just throw that out for council consideration and discussion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Grisilli?
I don't really have any comments except to, I think, thank everybody who's been working on this, San Carlos Green and staff and individuals and different groups and so on. But I think we're going to be getting to a couple more items under 10, study session for different items. And I think every time we make a decision, I think we have to make sure that we have all the people at the table that are going to be impacted by it. And if they're not at the table, we have to realize that for every action, as I learned a long time ago, there's a reaction. And so I just want to make sure that we, again, I'm positive about a lot of the things that we do here, but I want to make sure that when we do X, that we realize that there may be a reaction on why, and different people and different folks out there. So I think that's the only thing. And I'm not saying slow down, I'm not saying stop, I'm not saying form a committee. I'm just saying let's make sure that we look at everything when we make our decisions, because it impacts a lot of people.
Thank you, Mr. Grisilli. Mr. Royce?
Excuse me. Yeah, well, first of all, I think, Mr. Moore, the report is excellent. I thought, reading through, I think I read through it a couple of times. There's a lot of partners and players involved in programs that you bring up. And I think the one that hit me the most, you actually talked about it, was that 19% reduction in garbage. You know, I have a green bin and a blue bin that's filled up a lot more. And when my 32 now to my 20-gallon black bin, I have a hard time filling it. It's just less and less garbage, so that's great. Recognition of San Carlos Green. Mr. Lewis used some comments how sophisticated and qualified that group is, and I really like your idea. You know, we have Park and Rec Foundation, we have sister cities trying to develop a business relationship with a Japanese city. There are kind of volunteer groups and shared partners that we could definitely work with. We need to really define what that is, project by project, but I think there's a lot of value with that. And so with that, Mr. Moore, you did a good job on the technology. Now you're involved again in something else. You kind of hit areas that are truly value added to San Carlos and so important to us. So I appreciate your report. Thank you.
Mr. Grocott?
Well, I have a couple of comments on this. One is that I certainly appreciate recycling and things that, you know, reuse materials and that sort of thing. I certainly appreciate efforts that are made towards reducing pollution. I think I've told you guys the story before that, you know, I grew up in the Cuyahoga River Valley, and the Cuyahoga River, when I was a little kid, you couldn't really go near it because it was so polluted. And today, that area is actually a national park, and the river's clean and it's very nice. So I appreciate taking care of the environment and taking care of our resources. That said, I would wonder if this council, you know, a lot of what this is based upon is what we call climate action plan, and assuming that we can change the climate. It's based on things that used to be called global warming, now that's called climate change. And I would be curious to know if this council, since we're taking that as an assumption, if we'd be willing to look at the other side of the argument, because I've certainly been to conferences and heard speakers talk about this idea of man-made global warming and shown data that it's not an issue and we are not causing a change to the climate. We are so minuscule on this earth and the things that we do when it comes to the atmosphere and the CO2 and so forth. I would really like this council to invite somebody in, an expert from the other side, and hear the other side of the argument, because all we ever hear is what the League of California Cities tells us, or whatever. We just take the assumption and run with it. And like I say, I don't mind doing things that are good for the environment. I don't like doing them under the umbrella of climate change. And I think we need to get informed as a council on that and at least hear the other side of the argument. So, Mr. Mayor, if you would consider that at some point of inviting somebody in and giving us a presentation, I think that would be appreciated. So that's comment one. Second part of my comments are related to something that was talked about with recycling, and I had brought this up when we talked about the recycling ordinance, especially when it related to commercial, and it's this idea of enforcement. And I appreciated what Mr. Lewis had to say about education, and I think you're straight on with that if you educate people about, look, you can do this, it's good for your business, it's good for the environment, that sort of thing, and come up with ways to use the carrot as opposed to the stick, you're much better off. What I don't like about the current ordinance, and the mayor asked, do we have the bandwidth for enforcement? Well, what I heard from Mr. Moore's answer is that right now we don't. What I didn't like about it when it was before us was this term of enforcement, and I talked about garbage police. I don't know if we have that kind of thing going on with residential, but I certainly don't want to see it going on with business in San Carlos. I think that's a change to our character as a city, and I don't want to become a police state. I think I had a comment in my notes here on a later item in our agenda with the same thing. So I would rather see us look at recycling, whether it's business or homes or multifamily, and find ways to use the carrot and use education to get people to do those kinds of things. But this idea of enforcement, number one, I don't know how you do it, I don't know how you pay for it, and it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. So that's my second comment. My third comment does have to, I was going to save this for later when we're looking at this awards program, but I'll bring it up now since someone from the audience brought it up. Someone had asked me recently in a conversation about San Carlos being a member of ICLEI. And so I did, and they gave me some direction on it a little bit and gave me some things to think about. ICLEI was created in 1995. It's an outgrowth of a meeting that went on of the UN, I think back in 1990, and I think it was in Buenos Aires or one of the South American countries. President Bush at the time actually signed on to what was called Agenda 21 that came out of this meeting, and later Bill Clinton signed an executive order creating a presidential council on sustainable development. And what that did is that prevented the whole issue from going through any kind of public discussion or any kind of democratic process in the Congress, and sent all kinds of agencies and levels of government to work on sustainability. And there's one thing in Agenda 21 as an example that I'll give you that I really don't like, and it has to do with land being considered a public asset, not something to be controlled by individuals and subject to the pressures and inefficiencies of the market. And it's basically calling for the end of private land ownership. That's in Agenda 21. ICLEI, like I said, was birthed out of Agenda 21 to be an international council of local environmental initiatives. That's what it stands for. And in the United States, it's how all of this Agenda 21 is carried out. And local governments are encouraged to become members, and that's how it's carried on. The lady suggested that we as council members might do some research on this. I would direct you to Democrats Against Agenda 21. It's a website, and there's some things you can look at there. It's concerning, if nothing else. So I would encourage all my colleagues to take a look at that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grocott. I'm going to save my comments about climate change and all that. Don't want to get to the bags and styrofoam because I thought that's where we'd be talking about that. So in regards to this topic for our annual green report, a couple things to kind of piggyback on what Mr. Lewis said. We talked about a revolving fund earlier. I definitely think we should bring that forward in August during our strategic plan retreat. That seems like a proper time to bring that forward and agendize that for discussion. Also, we do a pretty good job, and Mr. Grisilli pointed out about, meeting with everyone at the table. I know we have a standing meeting with the San Carlos Chamber that our city manager and our housing director and our community development director go to. I would like to see our council, our staff at some point, and maybe Mr. Lewis can help me out with this, where we could sit down with San Carlos Green and go over their issues as well, because if we're going to have everyone at the table, we should have everyone at the table. And maybe on a bi-monthly or whatever, however we figure out a schedule, we chart out an hour where we sit down and they can go through with our community development director, our assistant city managers, and others, their issues where, it's not just 2 minutes. It's, hey, here's what we think we can do and here's how we can do it, because there is a lot of talent there. And if we're underutilizing it, it seems like it's kind of a waste. They did start as a task force through the city, even though they're not really truly connected to the city government now. They were at one time. So I think it's worth pursuing possibly a bi-monthly or whatever meeting with them so we can go over those issues and, we can have both sides at the table, business, environmental, everyone else. We seem to do a pretty good job of that, so I think we should add them to the roster. But other than that, we're going to have some pretty long discussions here going into item 10, so I'll let the green report go at that, and we'll keep moving with the meeting. All right, so we will be going to item 9A. It's appeal of a planning commission approval of a conditional use permit and architectural review permitting 6 new antennas co-locating on the 2 existing antenna support structures at 260 Shelford Avenue. And this is being recommended continuance to August 22nd, 2011. So are we even going to have a staff report, Mr. Sabay?
We don't have to have a staff report. The recommendation is that the city council continue this item to the next meeting, and I can go over details of that if you like.
I think if it's
You have the staff
okay
report.
with the council, we'll continue the item, but we will take public comments on it.
Okay.
So if there's any public comment, and I see we have a handful, Bonnie Surek, and then Debbie again, and then John O., and we'll get to everyone after that. So we will do public comments on this, but we are going to be continuing the item.
Through the chair?
Yeah.
If we're going to take public comment, I'd like an opinion from the city attorney on this being a public hearing. Are we continuing the public hearing? How are we handling that?
Yeah, what you're doing tonight technically is opening the public hearing that's required by the municipal code, and you're going to be continuing the public hearing to a date certain on August 22nd.
Okay, so we'll open the public hearing, and we'll take public comment, then we'll close it and move it to August 22nd. So.
No, that's the point.
Oh, keep it
Excuse me.
open.
Yeah,
until-
we'll keep it open.
Okay, so, Ms. Surek?
My name is Bonnie Sorick, and here I am again. I have been appealing this since 1997, at which time the city council agreed with us that there were enough cell towers on that location and there should not be any more. That is in the minutes of the city council meeting. And now we're talking about putting more and more, and not just cell towers. Now they're going to propose building more buildings up there. They're making an industrial site out of this location, and it's right in the middle of a residential neighborhood. You're ruining our real estate values. You're creating noise and unsightly towers that destroy the look of the neighborhood. I'm getting awfully old to be coming back here and back here and back here. It seems like we should make a decision and stick with it. This is wrong to have this many cell towers in this residential location.
Thank you. And next up, we'll have Debbie Bacigalupi, and followed by June O.
Debbie Bacigalupi, resident of San Carlos. I live at 250 Shelford, so right next to the proposed more building site. And so we just saw a whole list of green, and it is including the ECLI, and all these things that San Carlos is doing to be green, according to whatever green is. And it's my understanding in the report that there is no CEQA or EIR, environmental impact report, needed on this site. My understanding is also there's a 400 square foot, 20 by 20 foot concrete slab that's going to go in addition, which has radiation in and of itself. Brick contains and concrete contains radiation. So the fact that you're following this whole green thing and yet you're not requiring the building of this to give reports that, for example, farmers and ranchers, my parents, for example, had to go through an ER and CEQA for water rights and land property rights. So the fact that you're going to allow excavation on this hill, trucks that are over 3 tons, which there are no trucks allowed on that hill that are over 3 ton, to go up this hill, to build this 20 by 20 foot concrete, to put up 40, 50, whatever foot towers, I'm asking you to stop. We thought we finished this. Deborah's left. She's been involved. We thought this was over. And the fact that it's not, as a resident who lives right next to the lot, I see the towers every day. I'm going to hear the construction, as are my neighbors. We're going to see the dirt. We're going to breathe in the dirt. Not only, you have no clue what cell phone towers are doing to our health and well-being. You have no idea what it's doing to trees. You may say that government has provided reports and studies that say there's little impact, but those studies are very short term. We have no idea what the long-term impacts. Germany has done studies where the cows are actually not lactating like they used to, and these cows have been under cell phone towers for over 20 years. So there is an impact, and I'm asking you guys to consider not only the environmental impact, and if you are going to consider that, I demand that you have a CEQA and an ERR done, just like our farmers and ranchers are having to do with the dust that they have on their own land. And I'm asking you to consider the residents and our livelihood, the way we live our lives, our homes devaluing. If you guys live there, you would be in my shoes right now. You might be screaming even louder. I think we've all kept our cool very well. But I'm asking you guys to consider, just as you all, Mr. Gracili, like you're saying, there's an action, to every action there's a reaction. And I'd like you guys to consider all actions and all reactions, and not just how green and good the city can be to people who will never, ever, ever see the negative impacts to what we all get to experience every day. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have June O, and then Frank Hensley.
Good evening. So my name is Juno. I live on Anchor Lane. We are about on the southwest side of the site that we're talking about, where the Anchor Lane is the first street down the hill. There are 6 houses on that hill. It's a very quiet neighborhood. Deer are in the area. You could hear in the morning the birds. I mean, it's that quiet. We know from prior reports, noise reports, that these things do not happen and there are no consequences. I mean, there will be noise. We all know that. So we're going to add more noise to the existing towers that are already there, the equipment, and so on. There is the plans that we've seen, given to us, shows that this large slab of concrete is going to be about a foot from an existing tree. That tree right now creates quite a bit of canopy to hide the cell towers and the tank and all that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know how you can put a 400 square foot slab of concrete with foundation on a steep hillside with a lot of excavation that's going to happen and not remove that tree and not remove that canopy. So there will be an environmental impact. And I don't want to, rehash everything that Debbie said, but I mean, I don't know why there isn't an environmental impact for this proposal. So besides just the canopy and the noise, we also are concerned that, We heard from the last meeting at the planning committee that the representative of AT&T, who was there, was saying that how this is supposed to be something that's good for the community, and that's the way that they're trying to sell it to everyone here. I am actually an AT&T customer. I have an iPhone that I use. And I'm not waiting for AT&T to give me more bandwidth. You know, if I need more bandwidth, I'll go to Verizon, T-Mobile, you know, Sprint. There's so many other companies out there. So this isn't about AT&T trying to do something for the community. This is about AT&T trying to make money. And I don't know why the neighbors have to take the brunt of them trying to make money, you know, off our backs. We know that the real estate value is going to go down. I don't know too many people that say, there's a cell tower that'll give you more than what you're asking for your house. In fact, most of the time it's the opposite. They'll try to knock you down, or maybe not even offer, you know, put an offer in the house at all. So it is a direct environment. It is a direct impact to the residents. And you know, I just want to let you know too. And we filed this appeal. The neighbors filed the appeal. My name is on it. I wrote the check. But there are about a dozen people who helped with the appeal costs, and they're very passionate about this to have done that. And so, just to give you guys an indication, I mean, this is a very serious matter to us in the neighborhood.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Frank Hensley and then Michael Opalenik.
Good evening. So I'm a property owner at 250 Shelford. I too thought that this issue was for the most part done. Last time we were talking about Verizon and Nextel and Sprint and T-Mobile, all carriers are on or about that property. I'm a little concerned to hear that it's coming up yet again, especially since we really haven't seen much of what came out of that last go-around. We still don't have an antenna ordinance that's been updated to properly address all these issues. There's still health and safety issues with the property in terms of people going up there and working and then not having proper facilities to do whatever they need to do. There's also the simple fact that AT&T is currently in the process of purchasing T-Mobile. It's going through review by several government agencies to find out if it's a legal thing to do, but there's a pretty good chance that AT&T is going to own one of the sites that's already there. So why would they need an additional tower? I understand it's for additional bandwidth and for additional customers, but the whole point with the cellular technology was to move the two-way radio telephone, mobile telephone service off the hills and get it down into the valleys where you can reduce the amount of power put out. You can increase the bandwidth by just putting up multiple very small cell sites. And in this case, they're looking at doing that from the top of the hill. Adding more equipment to that space is going to just continue to raise the noise level that's already barely at the city's limit. And the simple fact of the matter is that the buildings that are already up there still don't have the proper building permits that we still haven't seen from the Planning Commission. I'm also a little concerned, and it's unfortunate that Ms. Nelson is not here. It's been brought to my attention, and I'm not trying to suggest that there's collusion, but there is the impression that the CEO of Cal Water is Peter C. Nelson, and it's not entirely clear whether or not Peter C. Nelson, who is married to a Deborah Nelson, both living in Menlo Park, is any relation to Miss Nelson, who is of the Planning Commission. If that is indeed the case, this hasn't been disclosed. If it is the case, it would be great. If it isn't, that's fine. It was an interesting note that popped up. So that's basically all I have. I encourage you not to move forward on any of this and reconsider everything that we've already talked about through the last several meetings.
Thank you. And last up, we have Mr. Opalenik.
Good evening, council members. Welcome back, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
The neighborhood residents should not have to pay almost $2,000 to clean up Cal Water's and AT&T's application for wireless conditional use permit that had been pending since June of 2010. That's 13 months. The permit, as presented and passed by the Planning Commission, was drawn up carelessly, contains numerous errors, inconsistencies, and contradictions that render it a useless document. A few examples. Cal Water and AT&T exhibit labeled Primary Candidate, page 20 of the application, clearly demonstrates the existing Sprint antenna structure at tank and tree level. Cal Water and AT&T will add well over 10 new feet to the Sprint structure. This will add to the negative visual impact of 260 Shelford that already has been established as a visual eyesore that cannot be mitigated. This construction will further decrease the neighborhood's real estate values. A new enclosure is described in detail, but does not show on the blueprints. LU 9.12 of the application, conditions of approval will ensure that any negative noise impact, et cetera, and a roof will be included as part of the enclosure, not on the blueprints. The new proposed power pole will add to the negative aesthetics that already exist. Where is it on the blueprints? Why are the new utilities not being put underground? Alternate locations chosen by AT&T are utility poles on public right-of-ways around the same location. So where does AT&T plan to add the 400 square feet equipment building? In the middle of the street? Where is the real alternate location analysis? The application is so poorly written that one of the alternate locations goes into great detail how T-Mobile finds the site unacceptable. Page 19 labeled Candidate 3, Dartmouth. Is this an AT&T application or a T-Mobile application? The applicant could not answer grading and excavation questions. Blueprints show a pine tree, which is really an oak tree, a mere foot from the excavation site. Will the construction kill it and the camouflage it supplies to 260 Shelford disappear? I did not see an arborist report in the application or environmental impact report. There are many other examples. However, in conclusion, deny the Cal Water AT&T application and refund the fee for this appeal to the neighborhood. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other public comment? Okay, Mr. City Attorney, so we're just going to leave the public hearing open and continue it to August 22nd?
That's correct.
Do you need a motion for that?
You should make a motion for that.
Mr. Grisilli?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to keep the public hearing, thank you, Mr. Lewis, open until August 22nd and move that we reconsider it at that time.
Is there a second?
Second?
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. Okay, so we will be coming back to this on August 22nd. Sorry to have you guys come back. Moving on to 9B, consideration of adopting ordinance number 1432, amending San Carlos Municipal Code, Section 15.04, Technical Building Codes, adoption of the 2009 edition of the International Fire Code with the 2010 California Fire Code amendments, including all adopted standards as specified, prescribing regulations, governing conditions hazardous to life and property from fire, hazardous material explosion, and for providing the fire safety inspection process for hazardous uses or operations and establishing a Bureau of Fire Prevention, the San Carlos Fire Code. Mr. Mora.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Tonight you have before you the second reading and adoption of the ordinance related to the new San Carlos Fire Code. This ordinance is unchanged from your last meeting, and council will recall from our discussion last time that this fire code essentially duplicates the current fire code that is in place in the Belmont San Carlos Fire Department. The only differences in both the original and tonight's version is that the findings are all specific to San Carlos. We have in the audience tonight Redwood City Chief Skinner and also Redwood City Fire Marshal Jim Polisi, who will be part of our implementation of the San Carlos Fire Code in the future. So I'll be happy to field any questions you may have, and also feel free to ask the Chief and the Fire Marshal questions if you have of a more technical nature.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mora. Is there any public comment for this? All right, this is the second time we're going through this, so are there any new questions from council members? Yes, Mr. Rubens?
Well, but just to clarify, this is a public hearing.
Oh, it is. I'm sorry. I must have missed that. So we'll open the public hearing. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seeing no opposition, we'll take that as the order. Mr. Grocott, do you have any questions? Mr. Royce, can we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to adopt ordinance number 1432.
Yes.
An ordinance of the City of San Carlos amending San Carlos Municipal Code, Section 15.04, Technical Building Codes, adopting the 2009 edition of the International Fire Code with the 2010 California Fire Code amendments, including all adopted standards as specified, prescribing regulations, governing conditions, hazardous to life and property from fire, hazardous material or explosion, and for providing the fire safety inspection process for hazardous uses or operations, and establishing a Bureau of Fire Prevention.
I'll second that.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes, and thank you, Chief Skinner and Fire Inspector Polisi for coming on out. So we'll be moving on then to item 10A, which we have 10A and 10B. They're both study sessions. We'll start with 10A, which is discussion of a ban on the use of polystyrene food containers at restaurants and eateries in San Carlos and direction to staff. Mr. Mora.
Go, bring it up. Okay, Mayor and members of council, as the mayor indicated, at your strategic plan, you initially had interest in discussing a plastic and shopping bag ban, and later the item was amended at a subsequent council meeting to also talk about polystyrene food containers, also known as styrofoam. Staff recommended and council agreed at that time to split these into two study session items, because as we go through the reports, you'll see that the items are quite different. The trends in the two areas are quite different, and while the council may wish to give staff similar direction, you may also wish to take separate directions. So let me start out by talking about polystyrene food containers. Polystyrene food containers are made, they're basically lightweight plastic material. They're formed into many items. The items that we're talking about tonight in these ordinances are things such as plates, cups, bowls, trays, and clamshell items. Opponents of these containers will tell you that once they're soiled with food, they're not reusable. They're a significant source of litter and marine pollution in many cities. The chemicals from these containers may leach into food and water supplies. Some have indicated that they may be a source of cancer, and when brittle and small, can be ingested by wildlife. Comments from the industry in opposition to regulating these containers include things such as these containers from this material weigh less than their paper replacement equivalent. They have fewer air emissions than their replacements. They require less energy to make. Overall litter does not drop when you substitute one type of container for the other. Greenhouse gas and energy usage may increase when replaced. Shifts to alternatives cuts jobs in the polystyrene industry, and replacements are compostable only in a controlled compostable environment. There's been state legislation in this area pretty much annually. This year there's legislation, SB 568 by Lowenthal, that if passed would have a statewide ban on this material starting on January 1 of 2016, 5 years from now. As has been the case pretty much each year on bills of this type, there's strong opposition from groups such as the State Chamber of Commerce, the chemical industry, and the California Restaurant Association. And I think because of the perpetual failure to act at the state level, we've seen an emergence of local ordinances at the city and county level. Today, over 45 of the 470 cities in California, almost 10% now have ordinances in this area banning these containers. In San Mateo County, both in 2008 and 2010, we began to see ordinances of this type, first in Millbrae, followed by South San Francisco, Pacific, and San Bruno. These are city-specific ordinances which the cities implement and enforce. Oftentimes, the enforcement is through full-time staff funded through the garbage charges. Millbrae, for example, has 2 full-time employees that are paid for out of the garbage rates that are responsible for this program. This July, the county has a new ordinance that went into effect July 1. It covers the unincorporated areas so that eateries that are in the unincorporated areas are prohibited from using the styrofoam, polystyrene containers as of July 1st. The way that the county does the education, outreach, and enforcement is they use the restaurant inspectors that are employed through the county's environmental health department. As part of that, the county supervisors have indicated that since these inspectors obviously do these inspections throughout the county, not just the unincorporated areas, but all cities as well. They've made an interesting offer, I guess we could call it. And that is that the county has said that if a city is willing to adopt the county's ordinance, word for word, that the county will be responsible for the educational outreach and the initial enforcement. And so far, 2 cities, Half Moon Bay and Burlingame, have taken the county up on that offer and have passed those ordinances word for word. The Half Moon Bay ordinance goes into effect August 1st, next month. And the Burlingame ordinance, which also was recently approved, goes into effect January 1st of next year. In the case of the city of Belmont, they had a council review of this topic on May 31st and are moving forward with the outreach phase of their review of this area. And the city of Redwood City recently contacted me, and they are now doing their initial research. They'll have a report to their council shortly. We do get questions in this area about the level of environmental review that would be required to impose a ban such as this on Styrofoam. The county has already prepared a negative declaration under CEQA. If there were to be a local ordinance, a lot depends on whether the city were to adopt its own ordinance or whether we would adopt the county's ordinance as Half Moon Bay and Burlingame have done. If we do our own ordinance, it is likely that we will need our own negative declaration. However, if we go with the county ordinance, we may be able to do what's called a categorical exemption, which is basically to link to the already approved county negative declaration. And that's something that, again, if council wishes staff to proceed further in this area, is work that we'll have to do with both community development and the city attorney's office. Staff believes that if there is to be further work on this ban, very similar to some of the comments we heard earlier from Councilmember Grisilli on an earlier item. We believe very strongly that it makes sense to do outreach with the affected parties. Obviously, there are over 100 restaurants and eateries today in San Carlos. It's been a very strong part of our local downtown economy. Indeed, we've seen restaurants starting even in the middle of a depression and a recession in this community. So they're quite resilient, and we wouldn't want to, I think, do anything that would inadvertently harm them. In terms of outreach effort, staff is envisioning a couple things. In addition to stakeholder meetings, which we would normally do for a project of this type, we're also interested in having a survey just to see the extent to which polystyrene containers continue to be used in local restaurants. When we had some initial discussion at the staff level, some of us were struggling to name restaurants in San Carlos that still had these containers. So we believe there's already been a switch away from this particular type of container. I'm not sure at this point how prevalent that switch has become, and that's one data point we'd like to find. We have had discussions with the county and the Chamber of Commerce about this potential project. Both have indicated that they are willing to work with staff to assist with the outreach project. And the county has indicated that, again, to the extent that we're interested in potentially proposing their ordinance, they'd be willing to provide us with educational outreach materials and assistance, which we think will be quite handy in moving this process along if there's council interest. So that's a quick overview of the study session, and I'll be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
We'll go with public comment quickly first, and then we're going to have everyone at the pier signed up for 10A and 10B, so you'll get called back again. We have Pat Potter, followed by Bonnie McClure, followed by Stephen Knight.
Potter, San Carlos Green, San Carlos resident. I'm just thrilled with this styrofoam discussion because it's one of the first times we've actually had an ordinance given to us, a free enforcement given to us, a free outreach given to us, and you look at the arguments against it. And one of the things when Vice Mayor Grocott mentioned about climate change, that was part of the argument against styrofoam, banning it. And my comment is that styrofoam lasts forever. So if the paper cup causes more greenhouse gas in its manufacture and it ends up in our creek, eventually it dissolves. The styrofoam cup, I don't know, but they claim it doesn't cause as much greenhouse gas in the manufacture. It ends up in the creek and it stays there forever. So I think that you have to look at the whole picture of the life cycle of all of these items. And I also think that the whole issue of mandatory versus voluntary is something that's really interesting, because I haven't heard of any of these kinds of green proposals that have been voluntary ever working. And so I'd like to really strongly recommend that you take advantage of the county's offer. They've got the food inspectors going in there anyway, and it would be very easy to just make sure everybody's doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Next up, we have Bonnie McClure, followed by Stephen Knight.
Bonnie McClure, San Carlos resident, speaking for Sierra Club, both the local and the chapter. You were looking for figures, and I can't give you the ones for the San Carlos cleanup of the creeks, but I can give you the ones for the second 2 years of the last 2 years in Belmont. We build the trails in San Carlos, but we clean the creeks in Belmont because it's a joint Belmont-San Carlos group. What we figured out was in the biannual creek cleanups that we do, the plastic bags make up about 50% of the garbage we pick up, and the polystyrene is about 20%. And they both photodegrade in the sun and shred in the marine environment, and they enter the food chain. And that's all I have to say. I mean, I go along with Pat Potter and San Carlos Green. Please take advantage of this ordinance.
Thank you, Bonnie. Stephen Knight.
Good evening, Mayor Klein, members of the San Carlos Council. Thank you for your time this evening and your attention addressing this important water quality issue. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of hundreds of Save the Bay supporters in San Carlos and 25,000 members and supporters around the Bay Area, and urging you to direct staff to move forward to draft ordinances on both these issues. And polystyrene is made particularly easy for you by the county's action, and I think it's also the business-friendly step to take, because businesses need certainty and consistency, and the county of San Mateo needs a single policy on polystyrene. The Bay today is really being inundated by single-use plastics, which are harming wildlife and creating blight in our economically valuable natural recreation areas. And I do hope also, I didn't see Save the Bay's letter in your packet. I hope you got a copy of the letter we submitted. So the San Mateo County on polystyrene has created an excellent model for managing this extended polystyrene foodware known as styrofoam. And it, essentially this and single-use bags are unsustainable, polluting materials that pose serious challenges for your municipal cleanup crews who are wasting time, along with many volunteers, removing tiny pieces of it from your creeks. If you've ever been out on a creek cleanup program, you reach down and touch a piece of polystyrene or maybe a whole cup that's been sitting there in the sun for a few months or a few years, and it explodes into dozens of pieces. So this product is fundamentally not recyclable, despite what industry has been saying. And in fact, what we are learning that recycling facilities, even in jurisdictions where consumers are being told and following instructions and filling up their bins correctly with polystyrene foam amongst other materials, even in those communities, much of that foam, if not all of it, is ending up being separated back out by the staff and ending up in landfills, because there's no market. There's a very limited downcycling market to reshape this melted foam into some picture frames, but that's not recycling. So, and as there was a brief allusion in the presentation, also the federal government has recently put styrene on the list of likely carcinogens. So if there is a recycling market, It's the workers who are working with that material and turning it back into picture frames are being exposed to a carcinogen in that process. So, but I really want to stress something that I think is most important to San Carlos as a city, which is having to meet your ambitious zero trash goals under your stormwater permit from the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board. And both of these measures being considered tonight are actually specifically identified by the Water Board as measures that you can take to get credit towards meeting your municipal regional permit goals. And that's going to save you money. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. And Suzanne Emerson. And if there's anyone else who wishes to speak, you can come up after Suzanne's done and fill out a speaker card after.
Suzanne Emerson of San Carlos. Just a couple of quick comments. I know the suggestion was made that converting over to, say, cardboard cups instead of polystyrene because they're heavier might have a negative environmental impact in terms of you use more fuel on the trucks carting them around. I would note the secular aspect of this, that if you were using cardboard cups, we can then compost them and they go back into our system. We're able to use that as compost in our gardens and whatnot, as opposed to this stuff becoming garbage in our landfills that lasts forever. And I would add the comment that I, as an active composter and vermicomposter, have successfully composted down these ones that are made out of cardboard or coated cardboard. We do have some issues with some of the ones that are made out of some of the corn-based products that don't, at home composting, don't compost so well, but I understand we've got better success out of commercial composting on those. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Emerson. And seeing that that's it, we will go to council questions. Mr. Grocott?
Questions?
Yeah, do you have any? If not,
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I've got a few. I just want clarification. Because I think Mr. Moore covered this, but I just want a clarification on this. That we haven't done any surveys of trash to see the amount of this material that we might have out and about town or in our creeks or anything like that?
We have not.
Okay, and then a survey of eateries, how many are using these containers or how many are not?
We have not yet. The original direction council gave us at your strategic plan is to give you pros and cons, which we've done tonight, and have an initial discussion and to stop there.
Okay.
If council gives staff the green light to move ahead, what I would recommend is stakeholder meetings and the sort of survey that you just mentioned, Vice Mayor Grocott. And I think that would hopefully illuminate some of the discussion, because again, in some of our staff discussions, there's a belief at least that the use of these containers has been dropping in local restaurants
Yeah.
based just on visual observations.
Okay, thank you.
okay, Mr. Royce?
Yeah, just a quick question. I know this is geared more towards eating establishments and so forth. The other areas, anything that we could do, I know in the area of packaging, once in a while you'll buy a light fixture at Home Depot or something at Costco that's big with glass, and all of a sudden there's a huge amount of styrofoam and so forth.
Right.
Is there worth any attention? Because there is large volume, I think, and it does surprise me when I see it. But anything we should be doing there?
There was a time when we were, through Rethink Waste and SBWMA, recycling that sort of styrofoam, the packaging material that you mentioned, Councilmember Royce. Unfortunately, the company that was handling that material, they called it Clean Packaging Styrofoam, was in Redwood City. They closed, and now we're at the point where if we tried to recycle it, the cost to recycle it is cost prohibitive, but that is a discussion that we have ongoing with SBWMA, looking for alternatives. But today, it's not cost effective.
Okay, well, I'm asking maybe from an educational point of view, if there are, I don't mean to pick on Home Depot light fixtures, but it's a current experience I just had. There are there's manufacturers that make all this stuff, and maybe there's one that still uses styrofoam. Can we work with vendors like that too?
Right. There have been some instances where some shipping businesses, for example, allow you to bring the peanuts and things like that back to them to recycle, very similar to some stores that will let you bring the plastic bags back, but that's a pretty isolated experience from what I've seen.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Grisilli?
Well, we're speaking about food containers, right?
That's correct.
So, I don't think we can, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't think we can legislate those things that Mr. Royce just brought up.
That's correct. It's not on tonight's agenda, yes.
But even if it was on tonight's agenda, I don't think we can't ban it.
I haven't seen anyone try to ban it yet, but if
Yeah.
you'd like us to
Right,
research
we
that,
could-
we could research that
We could be
too.
first and hold up the thing. Okay. I just want to make sure I understand what
Sure,
we're
you're-
talking about here.
that's
Basically
right.
talking about food containers.
That's correct.
Not any of the other stuff.
That's
Not
correct.
saying we shouldn't go there, but we're not going there tonight.
You're correct.
Okay. You know, I think this one is a much easier one for me to support than the next one. Not saying I wouldn't support the next one that we're going to talk about either, but you mentioned the outreach, and I believe, quite honestly, I don't eat a lot of fast food, but I do go around and look, and I think most of our people in town have really, the things that we get are recyclable.
Yes.
And I think that's going to be a real positive for this one. So anyway, I just want to make sure I was clear on the other item. Thank you.
Mr. Lewis?
Well, I think it's all positive. I mean, I think a lot of the report, the green stuff, we're making good progress. That's great. We can always do better, and we'll do better. And just because Mr. Grisili said we shouldn't talk about it, I'd like to talk about the peanuts real quick. Sorry.
Wait,
No,
wait.
it's not about legislating. Just give me a break. All I was going to say was I was in UPS at the store in San Carlos, and it said it takes peanuts. All right. So anyway, if you want to do that,
There you
it's
go.
local, and they
There you
say
go.
they'll take them. So I don't know anything other than the sign I read in that store. But Mr. Royce, go for it. Economic impact.
Mm-hmm.
Do you? It seems like that was a number I would expect maybe to be in the pros and cons, even though we haven't directed staff to do a larger study, just because it seems like that should be a known number. Sort of like the market rate for a cardboard versus styrofoam versus foil or versus whatever.
From the initial work that we've done, there used to be a significant cost differential. That differential is narrowing. But again, that's the sort of information we'll give you in the next report if council asks us to proceed.
Right, but at this point in time, you don't think it's a significant cost difference? I mean, obviously, in outreach efforts, we want to find out what small businesses, what the economic impact is. I would assume that'd be part of the outreach effort, right?
Yes, yes.
Which is great. And has the chamber taken a position on polystyrene?
No, we've had an initial meeting with them. They've indicated they're willing to help us with the outreach, but they'd like to hear from their members first before taking a position.
Well, great. From this council member, I think we should forge full ahead on this one.
Okay, Mr. Grocott, you had a follow-up question?
I had one other question.
Sure.
When it comes to, I was looking at our list of green businesses, okay?
Yes.
And there's a couple of restaurants on there. There's the yogurt shop and I think Pia Cherries. For restaurants being part of the green program, is this kind of thing a part of that program for them?
I know that recycling in general is a part of that. I don't believe that this is part of it. I could be wrong.
Could we have something like that be a part of it in specific reference to restaurants?
We could certainly approach ABAG about it. They're the ones that set the rules for the Green Business Program. But
Oh, they
it's
are?
a good question. Yes.
Oh, okay.
We could
All
talk
right,
to them
thanks.
about that.
All right, I have no questions, so we will go to council discussion. Who would like to start? Mr. Lewis? Mr. Grocott? Mr. Royce? Anyone?
I'll
Mr.
start.
Okay, Mr. Grocott.
I guess what I would like to see before we launch into an ordinance, and I think this is what Mr. Moore is saying, is that I think we approach this carefully, even though it's it's an important subject, and I think that probably if you ask most people in the community about this kind of product and receiving their food in it, you're going to get folks that in this town anyway say, no, I'd rather have the plastic stuff or the cardboard stuff or some other kind of product other than this. But I'm not sure we have a problem here in terms of trash because we don't have a survey. But I'd like to have a survey. I'd like to know how much. It's one thing, I appreciate what Bonnie said about Belmont, but Belmont has different restaurants and so forth than we do. And I'm not sure what the mix is in Belmont of fast food restaurants and 7-Elevens and those kinds of places, which is where most of this, I would think, comes from when it comes from food containers. So I'd like to see that. I'd like to see the survey of our trash, and I'd like to see a survey of our eateries, and start there. And then, secondly, if we were giving any direction to staff, I no disrespect to what was said about voluntary programs, but if we can be first in different kind of green programs, we can be first in really putting forward voluntary programs that work. And I think if we could have a voluntary program that worked and show other people how to do it, hey, that's great, because this council member, I hate enforcement. It's the last place I want to go. Sometimes you have to go there, I understand that, but it's the last place I want to go. And that's why I asked the question about our green business program, and I guess we talked to ABAG and see if we can make that part of the specifics for restaurants that they would participate that way. Quite frankly, I think if in San Carlos you went to the restaurants and made a big deal and it was part of their advertising, or we lauded those who joined this program, they'd all jump on board for the most part. I think you might have a few, out there who would say, sorry, I like putting to-go food in a polystyrene container, but I don't think you get too many, so.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grocott. Mr. Royce?
Yeah, there was a comment made that a lot of times to initiate some of these programs, you need to use a hammer or have some sort of ordinance. I think the way Styrofoam has gone is actually probably the best way. I think the citizens and the businesses in San Carlos have done all the right things. I think you've seen most of it disappear. I think we're 80, 90% there. I'm a strong encouragement of going 100% by making it enforceable now, but it was voluntary up to this point, which again, I liked. I'm disappointed that the state couldn't do something about it, but it seems like the county will help us out, both with the ordinance maybe and the enforcement, so that's a plus there, which someone already made a comment on. And there's so many alternatives. I noticed this in the last year or two, when you do go out and if you don't finish your meal, which doesn't happen often in our family, there are a lot of different alternatives other than the Styrofoam. So, and my last point is, and I mentioned earlier having a recent experience with Styrofoam, the stuff drives me crazy. I opened up this box, and I know this isn't with food, Bob, but it is with Styrofoam. It opened, the stuff magnetized to my skin. It was off my kitchen. As I walked out to the patio, I saw pieces flying. Getting out to the driveway, it's on my lawn forever. It just doesn't go away, so I'd like to see it all go away with that.
Thank you, Mr. Royce. Mr. Grisilli?
I think we should move forward with this. I think the county option is, from a practicality standpoint and from a legal standpoint, I think is a better, as was shown on the screen, is a better option for us. Again, as Mr. Grocott mentioned, I'd like to see some numbers or some facts along with it, but I also agree with Mr. Royce that I really believe that we're a lot, I don't know what percentage, we're a lot of the way there. And like I said, if we're going to be doing this, I think we should do it in concert with the county, which would make it, as I said, easier to get through the legislation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grisilli. Mr. Lewis?
I love it when local governments start to link together and are of like mind, and we can gather together whether or not they're ordinances or whatever else, so we don't have to put a lot of extra money and effort into these things. So it's great the county's sort of helping take a lead, other agencies have as well, and we can kind of join on to it, and I think we should. We also have, I think Ms. Iverson said earlier, look at things holistically, and every week we have our organics recycling, and then we've got our separation of recycling materials and garbage. And you look at the things that still stay in the black bin, and you go, "What can we do anything about that? Can we do anything about that?" And Mr. Grisilli's right. There's certain things we just can't legislate locally. This is one we can, and it's as everybody's saying, I think it's kind of a no-brainer because people are already on the road, and we're just sort of saying, "Yep, we believe we got it. Let's go." So I would say, "Yep, we believe we got it. Let's go."
Okay, everyone pretty much took my comments, so I'm going to agree with most of my council members. I think we do the outreach very quickly, and you come back to us, Mr. Mora, at some meeting in the fall with the county's ordinance for introduction. I think this is something that it seems like it's a no-brainer. Most of the businesses are getting it already, but I think we do have to finish those last 20% or so and just tell them, well, it's mandatory now. You had the time. I think everyone's known Styrofoam's been bad for as long as I've been alive. We've been talking about Styrofoam being bad, so it's shameful that it took this long, but I think this is a good step, and I think this is an easy step. We'll get into the harder step next, but I think this one's an easy one. So I think if we can get a motion, or do we need a motion, Mr. Rubens? Just direction you've pretty much heard.
I think direction's sufficient on a study
Okay.
session.
Yeah, I think we have the sense of the council on this one.
So this should be coming back, we would hope, in the fall then, Mr. Moore?
Yeah, we'll certainly give you a progress report at a minimum. And again, I think as we saw with the mandatory commercial recycling ordinance, the business community was more ambitious than staff was in terms of moving things ahead. And I wouldn't be surprised on this one, frankly, if there's a similar reaction.
Okay. Well, moving on then to item 10B, This is a study session, discussion of ban on the use of single-use plastic bags and all single-use carry-out shopping bags at retail establishments in San Carlos, and direction to staff. Mr. Mora.
Okay, let me toggle over to the other report. Okay. Okay, and again, this also comes from the council strategic plan, and as I indicated in the last staff report, we wanted to separate these out. And as we go through this, you'll see that this one is a little different because as council's original direction was to talk about a potential ban on plastic bags, but as staff got into this, some cities go further and actually ban all single-use shopping bags. So we've sort of put both concepts together, and again, as part of our discussion with you tonight, we'll look forward to council's thoughts about that concept. Plastic bags, an overview. They are heavily used, and again, as you heard from earlier speakers, they are discarded widely and found in garbage and landfills. One statistic that I found that was very interesting, it says that in California, there are 400 plastic bags used and not recycled every second of the year. So it's a lot of plastic bags. The concerns that we hear in terms of folks who advocate for banning these bags are that they create litter, they adversely impact marine life. As you heard earlier, they're commonly found in creek cleanups in terms of a heavy percentage of the litter. And one that relates more to the SBWMA, they do interfere with the operation of the machinery at the recycling center. And while that was not an issue before for us, before we had a single stream facility, now that we do, that is an issue. As a result, there's an encouragement of reusable shopping bags. Again, council asked us for the arguments on the other side of the coin, so here's what we hear from the industry. And again, we present these for your thought. The industry says that these bags are typically not always made from plastic, but often made from a material called ethane, which is a byproduct of natural gas and does not have any other uses. They feel that many of the death of sea mammals and birds are more caused by discarded nets in the ocean than plastic bag debris. They say that the amount of plastic bag debris in landfills is a small amount of the total, on less than 0.5%. That paper bags cause 3.3 times more greenhouse gases than plastic. They also say that the use of reusable bags do not significantly reduce greenhouse gases. They note that some stores, as I mentioned earlier, offer plastic bag recycling, and they say that use of paper bags is not discouraged unless there is a 25-cent fee or more imposed. In terms of local ordinances, and again, you'll see some differences from our last report where almost 10% of all cities had ordinances. In this case, only 11 of the cities in California have an ordinance, and 3 counties. Much of the activity is in Southern California, particularly LA County, which has a model ordinance that several cities in that county follow. In San Mateo County, there are no cities with a plastic bag ordinance adopted to date. Research is underway in Daly City and Redwood City. Millbrae has also done some research. However, due to their financial condition, they've indicated that they would only be able to proceed if CCAG were to do a joint EIR at CCAG's expense, because they do not have budget ability to pay for such an EIR. Belmont, at their meeting on May 31st, council green-lighted further work on this area, in particular outreach with their businesses. Oops, excuse me, let me go back to environmental review is a little more interesting in this particular item. The plastic bag and chemical industry has taken a much more aggressive position on plastic bag bans than they have on styrofoam. They contend that a plastic bag ban is a project under the meaning of CEQA, and the significance of that is they believe that that requires a full environmental impact report. There have been some discussions in this county about having a multi-city environmental impact report, so that rather than each city spending something on the order of $100,000 to $150,000 for such a report, you could share the cost. There have been some discussions about CCAG doing an EIR, as I mentioned in the previous slide. However, the CCAG legal counsel has some concerns that under CCAG's bylaws, they do not have that specific authority delegated to them by the member cities. There have been lawsuits brought by the industry. One notable example that I mentioned in the staff report was in Palo Alto. They did an initial plastic bag ban at 7 grocery stores and were planning to expand it, and they were sued by the industry for failing to do a full EIR, and Palo Alto stopped at that point and did not proceed further. So in their settlement with the industry, they still have the plastic bag ban at the 7 grocery stores, but nowhere else in Palo Alto. Perhaps the most watched case in this area is the so-called Manhattan Beach case. Manhattan Beach was one of the first cities in California to have a plastic bag ban in 2008. They did an initial study and a negative deck. They were sued by the industry in 2008, and that lawsuit continues to this day. It has made its way up to the state Supreme Court. The city has lost at each level up to this point. And each court has found that there is a need for a full EIR. The case has been briefed at the Supreme Court, and everyone's awaiting the decision. And indeed, in a recent meeting that we had with all the recycling folks in San Mateo County, most of the cities indicated that they were waiting on the results of that decision before moving ahead in this area. Again, if the council greenlights the staff to do more work in this area, you'll see there's some similarities. What staff would recommend is, again, doing an outreach process. In this case, obviously, we would work with retail stores and talk to them about things such as what is the cost differential between paper and plastic bags. We've heard anecdotally that the cost differential is much more significant than it is, for example, in the difference between the food containers and styrofoam. Then there's also this question I alluded to earlier of the type of ban. In some of the bans that we've seen by cities, they ban plastic, but they encourage the use of paper bags as well as reusable. In other cases, the cities ban both types of bags. So they ban plastic and paper bags and strictly require reusable bags after a certain date. So one of the things that we would have to look at down the road is which of those two types of bans the council would be most interested in. Plastic only, encouraging paper reusable, or banning both plastic and paper. The industry, by the way, would tell you that all 3 types of bags are bad. And, I think kind of in the interest of preserving the status quo, I'll let you, judge as to whether you buy that argument or not. We also think in the outreach effort, we'd obviously want to have stakeholder meetings, hear the concerns, issues, and thoughts of the local retailers. We have talked to some cities, for example, that have talked about voluntary programs, as we have talked about with the Chamber Green Committee as an interim measure. We also talked to Daly City about their proposal of having what they call a paper option, which is to, at a minimum, require that all retail stores at least offer people paper bags, because as some of you know, there's some stores you go into where getting a paper bag isn't even an option. And again, with the, as with the other ban, the Chamber of Commerce has not taken a position on this item, but they have indicated a willingness to work with the city to assist with putting together the outreach efforts. We have shown in your packet some sample ordinances so you can get a flavor of what those are like. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions or take discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. We're going to start with public comment. So we have Pat Potter, Bonnie McClure, and Stephen Knight.
Pat Potter, San Carlos Green. This is a different situation. There's a lot of money at stake. There's a huge lobbying effort in the Plastic Council to keep it from being banned. But I thought, I thought about it, and I think that the waiting to see what happens with the Supreme Court is probably the smartest thing to do, just because we can't afford to do an EIR. But I do think that it would be great to get started on an ordinance, no matter what happens with the Manhattan case. But then I thought, well, what are we really talking about? And what we're really talking about is San Carlos. So yesterday I went over to Pulgas Creek, and I took a couple of pictures on my cell phone, my AT&T cell phone. And so they're not that great, but it will show you what looks in a space between about here to the wall, what Pulgas Creek looks like. You can see from those pictures that plastic bags are an issue. While you're looking at them, I did want to let Mr. Grisilli know that Santa Cruz has banned peanuts. You're not allowed to ship into Santa Cruz with peanuts, which is great because some companies, when they open those peanut boxes, they go flying all over the place. Of course, last but not least, plastic bags last forever. So, thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Next up is Bonnie McClure, followed by Stephen Knight. And then if anyone else would like to speak, feel free to turn in a speaker card.
Bonnie McClure for Sierra Club. The thing with the plastic bags is that you can take your cloth bags down there and use them. I think something to consider and to have as suggestions from the city is to contact Sustainable San Mateo County and see if they can't work with the county and get all the cities together while you're waiting to see what the state and the Supreme Court's going to do. But I would suggest that you also consider those plastic holders that they put around Pepsi cans and beer cans and things, because when you're cleaning up the beach, those are prolific, and there's animals caught in them. I mean, it's awful. And so, they're a real hazard. And I don't know whether they'd fall in which A or B, but that's something that is really objectionable. And several stores have taken to weighing your bag. And so when you put your oranges into the cloth bag, they weigh the bag before and they mark it. And then that's on that bag. And so if it weighs an ounce or something, they don't charge you, for the bag. And I would think in the long run, looking to the future, cloth bags that are labeled with the weight of the bag would simplify things a whole lot when you go to the grocery store.
Thank you, Bonnie. Stephen Knight.
Thank you. Again, it's Stephen Knight, Political Director with Save the Bay. I think the main difference between these two items is that on this one, San Carlos has the opportunity to actually demonstrate some environmental leadership, because as you heard tonight, the issue of addressing single-use bags in the county is percolating in a number of places, but unlike styrofoam, no other city has really stood up and taken the lead. So here's a great chance for San Carlos to do that, and you have a very strong model that was passed by a very strong majority in the, I think, 10-1 in the city of San Jose, which bans all plastic bags and puts a 10-cent fee on paper. Is this harder than addressing styrofoam? Not from what we've seen at Save the Bay. We're working on these ordinances all around the Bay Area. The Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors banned single-use bags with a negative declaration. Cost them less than $20,000, and they did not get sued. By contrast, although with the same bad result for the trashy plastic item, there was a huge fight in Santa Clara County just in May on a recommendation from a countywide recycling commission that every city in the county should ban polystyrene, and they voted 8-0 to make that recommendation. But the chemical industry, the plastic industry, American Chemistry Council, and our friends at SaveThePlasticBag.com just put through everything they had into that. And what I really learned watching that is up in Sacramento, where things are a little bit further away from the real world, the plastic industry can spin their story about recycling and gain some traction and forestall legislation. But down here, where you all are working with your green and blue bins, and and your staff knows what reality actually is, the most conservative voice on that commission said, I feel sorry for polystyrene, and then voted to ban it. So a couple other thoughts. Unlike polystyrene, nobody's claiming this material can be recycled. There's millions of bags being brought by people to grocery stores and stuffed into those bins, but those bags are not recycled. I think it's close to consumer fraud. Plastic bags are not made out of recycled plastic or ethane. It's not recycling. And I question whether any of those are, or I'd be interested to see how many of those are even turned into any kind of post-consumer product. And I just, again, want to emphasize the very recent success and progress in Santa Clara County with a negative declaration that was very inexpensive. Your staff has told you about a several-year-old story in Palo Alto, but just a few months ago, the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors did a negative declaration on this. So even if there's full EIRs necessary, we think that the $150,000 figure is significantly more than what we're hearing these cost. And I think I would recommend a similar approach of multiple jurisdictions. I think the County Board of Supervisors in San Mateo is also interested.
Mr. Knight, we're going to need you to wrap up.
So I am finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this topic? Seeing none, we will go to council questions. Does anyone want to start?
I'll start.
Mr. Grisilli.
Just so I understand this, I certainly understand you go to let's say a drugstore and buy something and they give you a white plastic bag and you walk out with it.
Right.
If you go to a food store and buy 10 tomatoes, you put it in a clear plastic bag many times. Are we talking about banning both those?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, just want to understand. That's really the only question I have. I got some other comments, but I just want to
Okay.
make sure I understood.
Mr. Lewis?
Yeah, I don't know that that's true.
Well, that's why I'm asking
Right,
the
no,
question.
so I think it's fair to say to staff, what we're talking about is the white plastic bag.
We can
at this
certainly
point.
clarify that as we work on it. And again, I think as I indicated earlier, there's a lot more variability in these ordinances, particularly as it relates to, are we only talking about banning the plastic bags or also the paper single-use shopping bags?
Is the county doing anything right now with respect to this?
I haven't seen anything yet from them. Most of the activity that I've seen has been research at the city staff level, but at this point, most of the city staff, with the exception of Belmont, has this project on hold pending the resolution of the
Right,
court
well,
case.
To me, it doesn't seem like there's much to wait for. It looks like a full EIR is unavoidable. Everybody seems to be waiting for the hammer to come down and the Supreme Court say, isn't EIR necessary? Seems like it is going to be necessary. It just seems like it's a matter of how we're going to be able to afford it. If we wanted to help take a leadership role in gathering communities together to contribute, so the economic impact would be less for everybody to pay for the EIR, do you have a suggestion for how we might be able to pursue that?
I think what's going to happen is once there's clarity on whether the EIR is needed, and I think you're probably right, since Manhattan Beach is lost at each level, unless a miracle happens, they're probably going to lose again. Then I think that's the point at which we can sit down and talk to cities like Redwood City and Daly City and Belmont and others that are interested to see if they're willing to split the cost. If you have someone like Millbrae, for example, that says if CCAG does it for free, we'll use it, but we're not going to contribute because of our budget circumstance.
Sure. I guess all I'm thinking is that my question was, if we decide to pursue it, my request would part of that research would be in how can we link together with county or other agencies to defray that cost, because it's inevitable. I mean, to me, it's obviously inevitable. And EIR is not always a bad thing. I mean, there's an economic analysis that we all need before we can pass judgment on it. There's other mitigations and options and stuff that bring the business's concern into play. So I'm just saying it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's how we afford it. Anyway, sorry.
And I guess through the chair, just one other comment related to Councilmember Lewis's observation. I believe that part of the reason that the Plastic Bag Consortium wants you to do an EIR is past EIRs have indicated that paper bags are no less injurious than plastic bags in some instances, and I think they feel that kind of makes their point.
Well, then we deal with that. Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Royce?
Yeah, just one question, Mr. Moore. You made a comment that plastic bags are clogging up the recycling equipment at
Correct.
Recology. My understanding is plastic bags aren't recyclable or placed in the blue bin, they're put in the garbage. Is that right or wrong?
Well, here's what happens is oftentimes residents do put their recyclables in a plastic bag, and so when the material's dumped out of the containers and into the plant, plastic bags are in the mix.
Okay.
Part of what the VRS folks do, remember the VRS folks, they actually, as the material passes down the line, they manually pick the plastic bags up, and there's actually a suction device that sucks them out of the system. But there are discs and other devices that if the plastic bags slip into the system, will clog them up and foul
I
up the
understand
machinery.
right now. Great, thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Royce? Okay, Mr. Grocott.
Just one question. This gentleman claimed that there's no recycling of plastic bags. What do you know?
Well, there are stores that say that if you bring the bag back to them, they'll recycle them. I think the issue that the gentleman from Save the Bay is asking is, what happens to those bags once you bring them back to the store? How do these stores, what do they do with them? How do they
That's what I'm asking you. Do you know?
Yeah, and I guess it's fair to say there's argument on the two sides as to whether they're really recycled or not.
Do you know anything particular?
I guess I haven't come to my own conclusion, but there's clearly a lot of argument about whether they're really recycled or they aren't.
Okay, I have no questions, so we will move on to council discussion. Who would like to start?
I'll start.
Mr. Grocott.
In my house, when my wife goes to the grocery store, be it 99 Ranch or any other grocery store, she takes with her, she has 3 bags of these, whatever kind that she keeps under the kitchen sink. But she comes back with 20 bags. So 3 of them are ones that she took with her, and the other 17 are plastic bags. And in our house, every trash can in the house gets a liner that is a trash bag. Or when I take Lucy out for a walk and I need to pick up her deposits, I use one of those plastic bags. I mean, they get use in my house. So the idea of banning these is just, I don't know, to me it's a little crazy. That said, I was out at the beach 2 weeks ago. I was appalled at the trash, including plastic bags, all over the place. When I drive to Marsh Road to go for a run and take my son for a bicycle ride, and you get off at Marsh Road, I'm appalled, just appalled at the trash that's at that interchange. When I drive 280 these days, you see all kinds of trash along 280. 10 years ago, you never saw a lick of trash on 280. I don't know what's happening to this world. I teach my kids, you're done with it, make sure it gets in the can or someplace proper. I can't believe how people trash our whole county. It's terrible. And there needs to be, I don't know, an education process or something. We've tried to attack trash in this city in the downtown, and we still haven't come up with a solution. But, banning these bags, number one, if we're going to ban plastic bags, I think we have to allow the grocers and other merchants to have something. So I would definitely not be for banning all single-use bags, whether be they paper or plastic. I just think that would be a wrong-headed move and put a big burden on retailers, especially grocery stores, on what they're supposed to do with with things that people buy. Because as I noted, given my wife's example, you can't necessarily go into a grocery store unless you go grocery shopping every day with your, 3 reusable bags and expect to put all your groceries in. That's not going to work. So any direction to staff on this, I'd say, if nothing else, just wait and see what happens with this lawsuit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Royce.
Yeah, so one of our opening agenda items was our spelling bee winner who gave some advice about geography. And that's where I'll start my story. I was fairly young traveling through Europe and in France, and I don't mean to promote their soccer team, but I will promote these items for the French. If you went to a large grocery store, you went to get the shopping cart. It has nothing to do with plastic bags, but it's a lesson here. You put a French franc then, not a euro, and it releases the shopping cart. And then you use it, you go out to your car, and of course everybody wants their franc back, so you bring the cart back to the store. And you then, when you push it in, the lock, you get a French franc back. Being in a little village, their weekly harvest, their vegetable sale in the morning and so forth, I remember seeing a woman 80 years old, maybe she was 60 then, but she seems like 80, And as she started doing her shopping, her sweater, she pulled her hand down in her little pocket and pulled out this little ball of something, and all of a sudden it was a white netting bag that was huge. And as she shopped, she had a reusable bag. So the lessons are that, people can adapt. People, I think in San Carlos, are bright enough and interested enough for reusable bags. They have to remember to keep them in their car, and they may have 2 or 3 or 4 in their car, different sizes, from a Costco bag to an IKEA bag to a smaller bag. But generally, when you shop, I think a large percentage is you are in a car, or you could have a little netting bag in your pocket. So as far as, I think Mr. Grocott makes a point to do away with it. I think there'll still need availability for people to get paper and plastic, and I mix because I hear reports. There was a good article in the Wall Street Journal a couple months ago that talked about, paper's great. It costs 5 times as much, and there's a lot of water in processing it and so forth. So maybe from an ecology, it's maybe not as good. But there's all sorts of stories back and forth. But either way, reusable bags can go a long ways. It's just changing habit for our people. And I think we need to be conscious of the vendors we choose, the grocery stores, the large grocery stores, yes, the CVS, the Walgreens, yes. As we get to hot harvest nights where they sell all the produce, maybe I'm not so sure about. The little boutiques, when you buy a dress, are you going to want to put it in your own reusable bag, or do you like getting that paper or plastic? It's part of the marketing and the branding of the company. So I think scope is very, very important. And the last point I'll make is to make it easy, I think, for people and to change their habit, we need to keep it really simple so that we really encourage them to use a reusable bag. And if they don't, they pay 25 cents. If they use 5 bags or 10 bags or 3 paper bags or whatever they want, maybe just a simple 25 cents. A kind of a crazy idea I'd like to just propose to council, just to have also staff think about. It's not part of this agenda item, but it was part of an agenda item of what flows to the bay and where the litter is. It's cigarette butts. And if you go down the street right now, there are thousands more cigarette butts than there are plastic bags. And it is, I think, the worst abuse, because the people who throw cigarette butts will continue to do it because of a bad habit. They're not going to change. And so I mix between, and what my idea is, if we had the police do some citations, I think a little goes a long way. We don't want to waste their time doing citations for cigarette butts. We want them to do more important things. But if we don't do anything, they'll continue to throw cigarette butts. And let me just show an idea that if we were to charge a $100 citation and we would do only 3 citations per week in San Carlos, that means every officer has to give 5 citations per year. Every other month, give 1 citation. We could have $15,000. We could buy for $1 a piece a reusable bag for every household in the city. So, but maybe that's not the best idea, but whether or not it's 25 cents or some other funding mechanism, I think we'd have to make it really easy for the consumer to have reusable bags, 2 or 3 in their car, and make it part of a habit that we should be very proud of in San Carlos. And yet there is some flexibility that if people shop from outside of San Carlos, or they're walking downtown and they don't have their bag, they should be able to buy a bag or get it through some other means to make it easy for them. But we really do need to do the education and encourage them more. So again, I whether or not it's paper or plastic, I would like to see a goal of eliminating most of that and really going towards a reusable bag. That's what's best for planet Earth, for everything here.
Thank you, Mr. Royce. Mr. Grisilli?
As been alluded to by my fellow council members and also even by the speakers, this is a very complicated issue, and it's social. So I don't want to say social engineering, because sometimes that has a negative concept or connotation. I don't mean to say it that way, but habits are hard to break in a lot of different ways. As Mr. Royce alluded to, do we just say, well, Maybe it's just Lucky and CVS and Walgreens and Bianchini's and Home Depot, but Joe Smith over here doesn't need to do it. Okay, or is that discriminating now against the larger retailers because maybe they can afford to do it? As I asked Mr. Mora about the vegetables, and Mr. Royce alluded to it in our Harvest Nights. I know there are a lot of people who bring their own bags to Harvest Night, but there are also a lot of things that are put in clear plastic bags that are sold. You've got just a myriad of issues here. A speaker said earlier, well, take the lead and whatever, and I'd be happy to look to organizations to donate dollars and cents to us to fill out an EIR. I hear that so much. I know in my previous life I heard that 1,000 million times. Well, why don't you just spend the money and take care of that? And it was always a situation where the company should end up having to pay for it. And in this case, we're not the company, but we're the city and the citizens. And again, it's always easy to spend somebody else's money. As evidenced by the fact that this county is very progressive, at least I think it is, we're all sort of waiting. And a lot of it is economics, because the only way that I see this working in San Mateo County, not the only way, but the preferred way in my mind, is, as Mr. Lewis alluded to earlier, is that we share. And if CCAG isn't the vehicle, and it may not be the vehicle, then we sit together and hopefully can merge some way legally, and hopefully there is a way to go with other cities and go at it together, and then the cost comes substantially down. I think, even though I think we all know what the outcome, or let's put it this way, the odds are of what the Supreme Court's going to do, it may or may not happen, but yet and all,
You can keep going.
excuse me?
Oh, are you?
I'm waiting.
Oh, okay, waiting for Jeff. Okay.
Just waiting. Are you done? Okay. Yet in all, I think that what we need to do is continue to, as Mr. Lewis said also, look at some of the other options that we have and get more information, and certainly have the outreach. Because this one, as I said, as I alluded to earlier in my comments, I think even before we got to these items, this one is a much, 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 much larger one, because everybody that I know uses paper or plastic. And they also have, I mean, I have to say, I have 10 bags in my trunk that when I go shopping, I try to use them as much as I can. But if I didn't bring enough, as Mr. Grocott indicated,
Bags.
well, your wife, you shop for a month, but you have children.
Four people in our
yeah,
house, you know.
exactly. I mean, you might end up with 1 or 2 bags. And then again, get down to the paper and plastic. Is the paper, shouldn't we have the same, how many trees get killed on using the paper? So it's a very complicated issue. It's not simple. The other one I think was much simpler. So I would recommend that we proceed as soon as we get the information that we need from staff, that we proceed again in a logical manner, but making sure that whatever steps we take, that we hopefully do with some of our other cities, so that again, we can economically make this happen, and then we're all together on this. And we all should be together on this, one way or the other, whether it's for it or against it, but I think we need to be together on it. So those are my comments.
Through the chair.
Are you going to make comments? Because we're going to go with Mr. Lewis first, and then you can.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
not
thought we were
everyone's gone
going-
yet. Yeah.
Okay,
Mr.
sorry.
Lewis.
So, again, as I said earlier, I think the overarching issue as far as forward action at this time is tied up in finances. And that's the finances to do an EIR, because my guess is that's where we're all going to end up. So, as part of this outreach or whatever our next effort is, I think that linkage is essential, is to start that path and start to figure out how are we going to get the money to do it is probably on a regional level would make the most sense. The other thing is, this is a couple of just ideas, things that we might be able to do. We're talking about some San Carlos branding and so forth. I certainly think there might be a case where maybe we can start to get some of these cheaper bags, reusable bags, and maybe we can start some of our San Carlos branding by getting those bags out to the community and some of the different local stores and so forth. If we can, my guess is that's going to be a relatively affordable way, both to do a couple of things, which is to get the city branded and do that. And then the other thing I haven't heard much talk about, and maybe it's been studied and doesn't work, but maybe we could also start sort of a community bag bank. I mean, one of the issues is how many bags do you bring, right? I've got 3, I've got 6, I left them at home, I left them in my other car. So perhaps we can encourage local businesses to actually have, it's just a bag bank where you come in, it's like a city bicycle program or something like that. You go in, you use 6 bags one time, and the next time you give 6 bags. And it's almost like a program of bag trading, and that locally we're all sort of, we have a bank of bags that gets reused and everybody can use it. But it might be nice for our outreach efforts to start to talk about what are creative ways we can make inroads just within San Carlos, and perhaps those are ideas that can catch on and we can talk about on a more regional level. But it's hard to legislate mindfulness. As I say to different people, garbage is magic. It's sort of like sewage. It just goes away, and we want that to happen as consumers. It just goes away, but we know now that certain things don't go away, and we have to do something about them. So I would have maybe consensus with other council members that we do economic analysis in our outreach and do the things that we've proposed. I wouldn't put too much staff time into it until we start to understand if we can afford it economically. Frankly, I would push forward on some of the more creative ideas and how to get around it. Maybe there's some things that we can start to do, but we need to be a little bit careful, because I think between the EIR and between potential litigation costs and so forth, we're going to have some money to be able to prepare to put into the issue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Grocott, I'm going to go, and then I'll go to you. So my comments are, it's been talked about how complicated this issue is. I don't think the issue itself is complicated. It's the means on how you get there. The issue is whether you believe plastic bags should be readily available to the public, or you don't. And I'm under the belief that I don't think they should be readily available because we've abused them incredibly. There's discussions about how much litter has actually cost. I've done the street cleanups, I've done the creek cleanups, and a lot of it is plastic bags. A lot of it's cigarettes too. But we're not talking about cigarettes tonight. We're talking about plastic bags. A great deal of it is plastic bags. And we've known for a long time. When I was a kid, you grew up with the 3 R's. Those recycle, reduce, reuse. We've known for a very long time that plastic bags just aren't the best way to go. Are they cheaper than paper? Absolutely. On the get-go, they're cheaper than paper. When you buy them from the manufacturer, they're a lot cheaper than paper. But the actual cost of plastic bags is much higher because they get into the bay, they get into the rivers, they require all of this cleanup, and they do all of this damage. A lot of people call this nanny government. Is it? Yeah, that's probably a good name for it. Same with when we banned DDT, when we took lead out of gasoline. We've done a lot of things as a government that at the time they were attacked. They were called nanny government. They were told, you're treading on people's rights. I should be able to do this. Looking back on them after 10 years, you're like, why would we have ever done that? It takes a little while to get the mindset to change. I, unfortunately, am a victim of using plastic bags. I do my best. I bring all my reusable bags. I pick them up once a week at the farmer's market. Some companies out there sponsoring them. And sometimes I just forget. And I end up leaving the grocery store with plastic bags. And they're all in a big ball in my kitchen. I don't know where they're going to go, but the ball keeps getting bigger. So I think it's one of those things where we just have to remove them for the equation. And the first time I go to the grocery store where I can't get plastic bags, I guarantee that's the last time I forget to bring reusable bags. I've gone to other countries. When you travel to South America and you want to buy a 2-liter of Coke, you can't buy a 2-liter of Coke without bringing another 2-liter empty one back with you. There are countries who have gone way farther than what we're talking about. I went to Maui recently. Maui has a plastic bag ban of sorts. They had a big banner in the front of whatever their version of Longs is, and it said plastic bags no longer available. So there are places that have done it, and I think some of the things being said about it costs too much. That's right. This EIR will be expensive, but I think we can take the lead as a city and go, look, we want to do this. Now let's do the outreach, not with just in our community, but within the county, and find a couple other partners. And the more partners we get to join, the cheaper it's going to get, and maybe that will persuade others to join. But I think that's the direction we should be giving it. This is a goal of this council, is to ban single-use plastic bags, and we want to go out and find some friends who are willing to do it with us. And that also gives us time to wait to see what happens with Manhattan Beach. There's a good shot they're going to say you're required to do an EIR, so let's start getting a group together so we can all pay for it across the board. I think it's the smartest way to do it. I think we have some organizations in the room who'd be willing to help out, and I'd be willing to help out as well to find some friends out there who are like-minded and want to do this. So I think this is the way to go. I think in 10 years we're going to look back and no one's going to be using plastic bags anymore, hopefully. But I just think it's going to be one of those, the time is now, and we should do this. We should have done this a while ago. So, Mr. Grocott?
First, I have a question of Mr. Lewis. Did you almost have a toxic spill over there?
No, I'm all right, thank you.
Okay. So a couple of constructive ideas. One is, I would like to hear from staff if we're going to have this back. There wasn't anything in here about reusable bags and the problems with them. And there have been some articles about that, especially when it comes to using them for food because of bacteria and so forth. And I would like something in this about that, because if we're going to push people towards that, we should be knowledgeable about that issue. Number two, when I was reading the staff report, I wrote a note here. This is where the ordinance needs to be, and that is where it says some stores now offer recycling of plastic bags. That's something we could look at, that we could have an ordinance, and the staff could research this, that if you're going to offer plastic bags, you also have to offer a recycling bin where customers can bring these back if they so choose. That would be, seems to me like a low-hanging fruit if we were wanted to do something like that. Thirdly, I think if we're going to move slowly on this, or not at, very little until we find out about the court case, is just a survey of retailers for two things. One is their options that are available to them, if there are any out there in the market, for single use of anything, any kind of bag. Maybe there's something we're missing. We've talked about paper, we've talked about plastic. Maybe there's something else out there that's a single-use product that they can offer as a retailer. I don't think there is, but we might do some surveys for that. And then their feelings about reusable bags. Has anybody talked to some of these, especially these big companies like CVS or Safeway or Lucky's? Have they looked into providing reusable bags with their logo on them, as opposed to, you go to CVS now and they give you a plastic bag that their logo on it, right? Have they, as a corporation, looked into providing their customers with reusable bags? We might do a survey and find out about that. And, perhaps by simply asking the question, you encourage the company to look at something like that. So those are some constructive ideas.
Thank you, Mr. Grocott. Mr. Royce?
Yeah, just a couple of quick ones. I did have a chance to talk to Kevin Bianchini. Excuse me. A couple ideas came out. He talked about the recycling. It's actually getting to be a burden on him, because people are bringing back not only the plastic bags, we know about it, the Macy's big plastic, all these bags, and it's getting to be a space problem and a volume problem. So we need to be conscious on how we do that recycling. The other point, which shows some creative thinking, he's thinking of putting signs out in the parking lot, "Don't forget your reusable bag." It shows that our businesses out there are going, thinking about, again, what's best for San Carlos. I thought it was a creative idea. So just bring those points on.
Okay, so staff, is that enough direction that we're looking at more outreach, and then we want a lot of options to come back?
I think if the council is good with moving ahead with outreach, we can certainly do that. And I think, along the lines of what we've heard from both Councilmember Grocott and Royce, we can certainly incorporate surveys and other things like that. And as I indicated in the staff report, I think there's certainly no harm in continuing down this road, because again, we can be doing this concurrently with watching to see what comes out of the court.
And will we be able to do outreach within the county to talk to other city managers, or whatever their version is of who's handling this?
I've certainly been talking to other cities on an ongoing basis about this. And again, my impression is once there's certainty about what's required, then I think you're going to see more focus on this question of how do we share the burden, whether it's CCAG stepping forward, and again, that's going to depend on their legal counsel in terms of his ruling on whether that's doable or not, or if not, those cities that are interested coming forward to see if they're serious enough to put some money on the table.
Okay. Is there anything anyone else wants to add? Nope. All right. With that, we will be moving forward to item 11A. This is in our unfinished business section. 11A is approve amendments to the city strategic plan and 6-month objective matrix. Ms. Mendenhall, and congratulations. For those who don't know, it wasn't announced at the beginning of the meeting. Rebecca Mendenhall is now our new Administrative Services Director. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Sorry if I stole that from you, Jeff.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Rebecca Mendenhall, Administrative Services Director. Before you tonight is an update on the strategic plan. On Friday, February 18th, the council met with the city manager and the department directors for the 11th time to discuss the city's strategic issues and goals, and this report will serve as the July 2011 monthly report. So tonight, there are 6 requested revisions. Since council has decided to cancel the August 8th meeting, the majority of these changes reflect the next scheduled council meeting, which would be August 22nd. The one exception to that is the date the Administrative Services Director will present to City Council the city's unfunded liabilities and recommend strategies to address those obligations. We'd like to move that from August 15th to a future objective. Staff is still waiting for final information from CalPERS and additional updated information from our actuarial firm regarding our GASB 45 and our GASB 27 liabilities. So once all that information has been received, we'll present a report to council on strategies to address all of the obligations at one time. The date that the Assistant City Manager will present to City Council for consideration a policy on electronic communications and devices, that's been moved from June 30th to August 22nd. The date the City Clerk will develop a protocol and system to inform the public regarding urgent events and crises, from August 15th to August 22nd. The date the City Clerk will develop a protocol for informing the public about changes or potential changes in the law, from August 15th to August 22nd. The date the Mayor will present to Council for consideration a declaration for San Carlos to accept the Charter for Compassion, from August 15th to August 22nd. And finally, the date the Assistant City Manager will present the pros and cons of plastic bag and styrofoam. I'm happy to say this is moving to the done category.
Nice. Well done. Is that it?
That would be it.
Okay. Are there any questions from council? Is there any public comments? Is there any discussion? And can we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, make a motion to approve the amendments to the city strategic plan and 6-month objective matrix.
Is there a second?
Second?
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to item 11B, consideration of adoption resolution amending the work rules and the salary and benefits resolutions for employees of the San Carlos Fire Department. Ms. Mendenhall.
Yes. So before you tonight is a consideration to do some amendments to the San Carlos Fire Department work rules and benefit resolutions. To begin, I've included a review of the council actions to date. On May 9th, council established the salary and benefits resolution, which set the salaries, benefits, and overtime to be calculated using the FLSA 7K exemption with the inclusion of the overtime or sleep exemption. On June 27th, the council established the fire department work rules and work schedule and eliminated the FLSA overtime exemption for calculating overtime. This action increased the fire department overtime budget by approximately $150,000. On June 27th, the council also adopted the fiscal year 2012 annual operating budget, increasing the expenditures by $150,000, reflecting that change. So this is a snapshot of the annual fire department budget on an annualized basis. You'll see that 59% is directly related to salaries and benefits, and 19% is directly related to the Redwood City contract. On June 27th, when council adopted the fire department work rules, they also directed staff to bring back options as to how to mitigate the additional cost of $150,000 related to the elimination of the overtime exemption. So fire department overtime typically falls into 2 categories, the scheduled overtime and the unscheduled overtime, and this chart reflects both types. The scheduled overtime is also considered built-in overtime, and it's the difference between the scheduled work hours of 240 and the FLSA mandated threshold for overtime, which would be 212 hours for a 28-day period. Based on our work with TriData, the budget assumed that the overtime exemption would have absorbed the entire cost of this built-in overtime. So the total amount of scheduled overtime is estimated at $150,000, which has now been added back to the adopted budget. Unscheduled overtime accounts for coverage for emergencies, filling vacancies for vacation, sick leave, or training, and contingencies for other unforeseen circumstances. The budget assumption used for unscheduled overtime is 14% of base pay of the sworn personnel, or 13.2% of the entire department. This is less than what Belmont San Carlos currently budgets for unscheduled overtime of approximately 20%. So what is the FLSA overtime exemption? We've been asked this a lot over the last few months. The overtime exemption is applied when safety employees receive at least 5 hours of sleep at night. If this is attained, 8 hours can be exempted from the calculation of overtime, and those 8 hours will be paid at the regular rate of pay. So the maximum amount of savings utilizing the sleep or overtime exemption would be $355,800, or a total of 80 hours per pay period, which assumes that the firefighters receive 5 hours of sleep every shift. All exempted hours would be paid at straight time rather than time and a half. This maximum amount of savings was not included in the budget presented to council. Instead, staff assumed, based on our conversations with Tri-Data, we were conservative, and we assumed that the overtime exemption would only cover the scheduled overtime hours, or a total of $150,000. So let's look at some specific examples to see how this would have been applied. So based on information attained from the dispatch records, and I apologize, this colors didn't come out as well on the TV. On Tuesday, June 28th, so just a few weeks ago, a medical call came into Station 13 at 11:20 p.m. That call lasted 1 minute. Assuming that all calls take a minimum of an hour to complete, so to go to the call, to work the call, to put the equipment away, file the paperwork, it's reasonable to assume that the employees would have been done no later than 12:30 a.m. The next call for service from that station was at 3 p.m. on the next day. So this night, the employees should have received over 5 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Our second example is actually on the same night, June 28th, at approximately the same time, a medical call came into Station 16 at 11:01 p.m. This call lasted 22 minutes. Again, using the assumption that the call took a minimum of an hour, it's reasonable to assume that they would have been done no later than 12:30 a.m. The next call for service was at 6:55 that morning, so therefore they should have received 6.5 hours of sleep before the next call. However, on the night before, Monday, June 27th, Fire Station 13 received 2 calls during the night. The first medical call was received at 12:25 a.m. and lasted 17 minutes. The second call came in at 3:15 a.m., and therefore the firefighters would not have had the 5 hours of uninterrupted sleep, and the overtime exemption would not have applied. So as noted before, council directed staff to bring back options as to how to mitigate the additional cost related to the elimination of the overtime exemption. The first option would be to take no action and not amend the adopted budget. As I mentioned before, the additional cost of $150,000 has already been deducted from the fiscal year 2012 general fund surplus, which was estimated at $400,000. The second option for consideration is to further reduce the salaries by 5%, or reduce the base salary for a total of 10% from the current wages paid by the Belmont San Carlos Fire Department today. On June 28th, the Belmont Fire Protection District approved a reduction of base salary of 10%. Approving this option would match the 10% reduction from base pay with Belmont. By doing so, the San Carlos Fire Department salaries would be on the lower end of the range as compared to the other cities surveyed. However, our salary would be higher than CAL FIRE. Included in your staff report is a comparison to other Bay Area cities. If this option is chosen, the savings would be $159,100, and council would need to adopt the resolution included in your packet to amend the salary and benefit resolution. The third option council could consider is to modify the overtime exemption instead of completely eliminate it. As noted earlier, under the FLSA overtime exemption, safety employees who receive 5 hours of sleep will have 8 hours exempted from overtime. Council could choose to exempt a lesser number of hours, such as 6 instead of 8, which we estimate would create savings of $75,000, or 50% of the scheduled overtime number. In addition, council could choose to further reduce the base salaries by 2.5%, which would result in savings of approximately $75,000. If this option is chosen, the savings would be $150,000, and council would need to adopt the resolution to amend the salary benefit and work role resolutions. And this chart compares the total operating budget for each of the 3 options presented tonight. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mendenhall. We'll go with questions, then public comment, then discussion. Are there any questions? Mr. Rosilli.
Ms. Mendenhall, Chief Skinner I think at the last meeting I asked him if Redwood City had sleep exemption. He said no.
They
Asked
do
if,
not.
I think Councilmember Lewis asked him if anybody in the county had sleep exemption. He said no. Can you give me any examples of anybody in the state of California that has sleep exemption?
It's our understanding that Costra County has it.
Contra Costa County?
Yes, thank you.
That's
It's getting late.
It's going to be later, unfortunately. So that's the only one that we can come up with?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lewis, do you have any questions?
I do. So when you talk about the sleep exemption at 6 hours, estimated cost savings is $75,000. Before you talked about scheduled overtime and then unanticipated overtime, or I forget what the right phrase was for that.
Unscheduled overtime.
Unscheduled overtime. And you said that although we had put in before $150,000 of savings for the sleep exemption, the previous sleep exemption that we took out, it could have resulted in more overtime savings. Is that right?
Yes.
So you have 6 hours in there. If we put 7 hours in there, or even 8 hours in there, there's the estimate that you have for 6 is 75. It could be greater than that.
It could be. It depends. It's difficult to estimate what it would be because it depends on call volume. So to prepare this report, I pulled a random week from the last month. And just to give you an idea, for those 7 days, 4 of them would have qualified for the sleep exemption. So that's actually 57% instead of the 40 that we had conservatively put into the budget.
Right. And so if we put in 6 hours or 7 hours, even 8 hours of sleep exemption, it just means if there was no calls, what we could say is if there were no calls between, say, 11 p.m. and 6 a.m., that those hours couldn't count against the scheduled overtime. Is that right? They're hours that they bank towards scheduled overtime. Is that correct? It wouldn't be.
They wouldn't be paid at time and a half for those hours. They'd be paid at regular
They'd be
rate
paid
of
straight
pay.
time if we said there were no calls between a certain hours. If we determined 24-hour shift, 7 hours of sleep's enough or something. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Royce?
Yeah, so I have a question on just time and overtime here with your numbers. The city manager I talked this morning, hopefully you got the question, that you're prepared for this. But in looking at the Griselli plan, which ties exactly to the budget that I have for the fire department, in round figures, and this is for the JPA, which is both Belmont and San Carlos, we have about $4.5 million in salary, about $500,000 in scheduled overtime, and $1 million in unscheduled overtime. So it's about $1.5 million. That equates to basically 75% is salary, 25% is overtime. And if you compare those two ratios, basically, first, the way to explain it, if someone makes $90,000 per year, a firefighter, which is about, in round figures, what they make, in overtime, getting from 75 to 100%, they get paid another $30,000 or 33% overtime, and they make $120,000. Some make less, some make more. But the percentage, and why I bring this up, is overtime is huge. It's a big figure. It's $1.5 million. How it will impact San Carlos, if I use that number and we operate like we do with the JPA, we're spending about $750,000 in overtime. I'm just taking about half. Now, how it relates, my question is, you mentioned about 20% is overtime, not 33%. And your total overtime, you don't break it down between scheduled and under schedule. It's 300,000 in the budget, and then, of course, you went plus the 150, 450,000.
Right.
But the original was 300. So what's the difference between, I'm thinking it's 750,000, and you're only putting 300,000 in overtime? Is that both scheduled and
The
unscheduled?
300,000 was only the unscheduled, because we
Unscheduled.
assumed that the sleep exemption would cover the
Okay.
scheduled overtime. So that's why I've added $150,000 now to.
So I have unscheduled of $1 million, so if we go just to San Carlos, I think it should be $500,000, and you're only at 300,000. What's changed?
Well, we don't pay overtime to the BCs because we don't have BCs.
Oh, BCs, okay, good point.
And we also have changed the way that we calculate overtime, so we don't calculate paid leave.
So we'll go
Toward
from a
overtime
$500,000
hours.
to about 300,000, apples to apple. I mean,
And if I may, there's one other thing that we've done is we have included in our budget 3 additional personnel to help cover shifts.
cover that.
So we don't have to
To
pay
reduce overtime.
Right.
Okay, so the direction's going good to reduce overtime. So what my question is, and maybe this goes back to our city manager, is that, we're talking about some 3 options here, and I have to respect, we did vote on putting the sleep exemption back in a 3-2 vote, so I'm not backing up and trying to redo that. I have to respect that vote, and we could talk about it, but I'm respecting it as, from a starting point. So then you get into reducing pay. Well, I'm still at a point, well, are there other ways to reduce overtime? Or maybe another question is, where I'm started off, my discussion was 33% overtime. What company runs a business, paying extra 33% for overtime? At a premium. I mean, that's at a time and a half. How can we afford to run that? So so I hear some good news that we're getting it down, but are there other options? Because I don't see the sleep exemption maybe, cutting pay, maybe. I'm still not warm feel about that. How do we manage, can we manage overtime other ways? Any comments?
Well, there's certainly that's a question, particularly in the area of police and fire, that has been asked over and over again by countless council members in countless cities, and our fire chief and our police chief sitting right behind him have heard that question their entire career, and it's something we certainly struggle with. This notion of a overtime exemption is nothing new, really. We've got other overtime exemptions that the city uses under FLSA, such as vacation time. If somebody takes a vacation day, does that day apply? Do those hours apply towards getting them to that threshold where they begin to earn overtime, or are they exempted? And different cities do it differently under the law provided by FLSA. In terms of other options that I know some cities are looking at, there's a city in the county right now that's looking at creating a per diem pool of firefighters that they could call on in terms of filling unexpected vacancies for sick leave or vacation time or those kinds of things that they had trained and were sort of like a part-time stable that they could bring in to fill those posts without having to go to overtime, or providing a more limited benefit package, and then also sort of having a built-in pool of potential future employees for permanent employment when positions opened up. So almost like almost like having firefighter trainees / per diem firefighters. So that's something that's being looked at. I know one thing that we've talked just a little bit about with Redwood City is a notion of down the line exploring the possibility of whether or not we could look at having firefighters in one agency fill shifts in another on a voluntary type basis. That's something that I don't think we're at all prepared to talk about in any detail today, but I think in terms of the evolution of shared services, there are questions out there that I think are going to need to be answered and explored in terms of options for both cities to continue to push the envelope of the model to save money.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock, please.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Grocott, and then we'll come back to you, Mr. Grizzly, for your follow-up.
Question?
Questions, yeah.
First, just a quick comment. I would say to Mr. Royce, you asked what business runs on a model with overtime like that, and I think if we were to research that, the place to go would be something like, power companies like PG&E. I know my brother-in-law works for what used to be Ohio Edison, and I know he does a lot of overtime. Or steel manufacturing, because it's a similar kind of thing. What you're looking at is a model of 24/7 operation, every day of the year, and that's one of the things that drives the overtime up. When Ms. Mendenhall, when we look at some of these figures, you talked about base pay of Belmont. They did a 10% cut, but what did they do in other areas of the overall package?
We no longer have specialty pays. They still offer some specialty pays.
Anything
So,
else?
For example, they have a EMT pay that we don't have.
Mm-hmm.
And our paramedic pay is 8.8% and theirs is 12% or 12.5%, I think.
Okay. And then on their retirement package, what did they end up doing? We went to 2 at 50, it seems like what we're settled on. Do you know what they did?
They actually, we have some questions as to what they're doing with PERS because
Oh.
they're looking to do 2 tiers, and that's not what PERS has told us that we can do.
Oh.
You can only have 1 tier, and all of your employees would have to be hired into that.
Okay. I was just looking at the comparisons, because if we're going to talk about pay, I guess, if we're comparing ourselves. And I suppose...
Mr. Grocott, can I interrupt really quick? Because you didn't really get an answer on that question.
Which one?
On the question you asked about benefits. So what Belmont is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is they're going to bring in existing firefighters, and this is just what they're saying, let's not talk about what PERS has said.
Right.
At 3 at 55, correct?
Yes.
And then new hires at 2 at 50, right?
Right, which is a 2-tier approach, which PERS has told us we cannot do.
Okay, I just wanted Mr. Grocott to get an answer to his question. So.
Right. Okay, thanks. The other thing that I would add to Mr. Maltby's list is, and I don't know if staff has looked at this. I know the firefighters probably kill me for mentioning this, but I know I was surprised one time I went over to Half Moon Bay for a great crab feed, and I didn't realize when I went over there that it was being put on by the volunteer fire department that augments their fire department. And I know the union guys hate to hear that talked about, but I'd be curious to see, to know some evaluation of that and how it works, and does it, is it smooth or is it not smooth? Do they have trouble within their ranks because you got volunteers showing up to help out? I don't know, but that would, to answer the overtime question. And again, we haven't researched it enough now, so maybe we couldn't do anything about it now, but we might be able to do something about it, as we move forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grocott. Mr. Grisilli, you have a
One
follow-up
quick
question?
You threw some things up there relative to 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 5 hours. What's bedtime?
Normally between,
Well, no, I mean,
from
seriously,
what I
what's
understand,
bedtime?
it's between 11 and 6 a.m.
So if they went to bed at 10 and they got a call at 3, that's 5 hours.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, to me, that breaks up that's a whole different world than if you start at 12 and go to 5.
Right.
So I'm asking, is there a rule? Is there a
There's
law?
no rule. FLSA does not give any direction as to what hours of sleep are.
Okay. So it
it's
could be 9 o'clock.
It could be.
Okay,
But for
so-
practical purposes, we were looking at the hours between 11 and 6.
Okay. But I want to make sure that, because there's a whole lot of difference at least in my sleep. If I go to bed at 12 and wake up at 5, or if I go to bed at 10 and wake up at 3.
10:30 or 11.
Or 11, right. But anyway, I just want to make sure, because I didn't know if there was some law or some reason you use those parameters.
No,
Again,
there's
you just
no
made-
law.
That's fine. You just made these, which is fine. I'm not criticizing your assumption. I'm just making sure that everybody understands it's an assumption of how it works. Okay, that's the only question I have.
But to follow up on Mr. Grisilli's question, Ms. Mendenhall, the numbers we're using are 11 to 6 a.m.?
Right.
Yes.
So those are the bedtime hours, what we're expecting?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's what you're assuming.
That was
Yeah,
that
that's
was
what we're
based on
assuming.
the conversations I've had with Chief Skinner, and he's here too
Yeah.
if you have questions.
Okay, well, I don't have any other questions than that, so we'll go to public comment. Mr. Randall, you're the only comment slip we have. If anyone else would like to speak on this, feel free to come up after.
Brian Randall, San Carlos, Mr. Mayor, City Councilman. I request that with your vote, you do not reduce the salary and leave the pay while asleep as is. We do not want a revolving door in and out fire department, in for short-term training and out for better pay elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. Is there any other public comment on this subject? Seeing none, we will go to council discussion. And since we have three options, when you discuss, if you could mention which one you're leaning towards, whether it's option 1, 2, or 3, that would be great. Who would like to start?
I'll start.
Mr. Grisilli.
Having been one of the three that voted to eliminate this sleep exemption, and then having been brought back to us this evening for another discussion, which I quite honestly didn't remember that it was, but again, I have a selective memory after 10:30 a lot of the times. I also have CRS. But having said that, we're cutting our pay 5% right now, as we stand. And I asked what we're cutting our benefits, but unfortunately, and again, I appreciate that it's hard to put dollars and cents. I'm just going to assume that it's at least 5%. So that's a total of 10. So Belmont is cutting their pay 10%. I don't know that they're cutting their benefits, quite honestly, from what I read at all, from what the Belmont San Carlos Fire Department has. So right now, we're pretty much, we might be equal or we might be lower in the total package that they have. We're certainly not above them, I don't think. From a competitive standpoint, and again, Mr. Randall mentioned it, I just believe that we need to get folks in here. They're going to look at us, our package, our total benefits, our total sleep exemptions, whatever, and say, hey, look, we're going to come in, it's a reasonable package, we're going to stay. What I'm worried about is if we throw the sleep exemption back in, or cut the pay more, or cut our benefits more, is that we're going to get people to come in. Hey, we had 500, as I'm sure the mayor had said, 500 people apply. I can guarantee you that folks are going to want to come in and work for us. But the trick is, as Mr. Randall said, how long are they going to work for us before they go look around and go, geez, CAL FIRE even doesn't have that sleep exemption, and maybe we could go over here and get a little bit more. I want to hopefully get some folks in, first of all, from our department that we have, as many as we can. It'd be great if they all came, but I doubt they will, but a great base, and then supplement that with folks. That's just the way I'm looking at it, and that's why I would go with option 1 and leave it the way it is. And as was indicated last time by, I think, by our city manager, this budget surplus or negativity or whatever has got so many moving parts. It's even spoken to here in the second paragraph about bills signed by the governor. We could have a surplus of the 400, and in 2 minutes later, we could have a negative number. So to hang our hats on a specific number at a certain date in these uncertain times, I think is not necessarily what we need to do. I think we need to look at the bigger picture and what we need to do to set up our own fire department and make it competitive and make folks want to come with us and stay with us. And that's why I think we should take option 1. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Lewis.
I appreciate staff bringing back a third option with a little bit more study on what the sleep exemption really means. I know it's helping me in starting to understand a little bit. I know it's dangerous, as we've talked about, to take 24-hour shifts and try to compare those to 40-hour shifts. But certainly in the private sector, there's occasions where when you try to mitigate overtime, you say you commit to a 50-hour work week, and if you work 8 hours, 4 days a week, and 1 day a week you work 12, you don't get into an overtime position for that week because that's what you're getting paid for. I do think when we talked about the sleep exemption at 5 hours, I just go to what feels reasonable to me, and that doesn't always necessarily feel like a reasonable night's sleep for me to be able to perform my job, and I can understand where that, to me at first blush doesn't look like it didn't look like a good work rule to me. When we start to modify the hours, if we start to get in, where does it start to fall off for anyone individually under reasonably for me? I start to think, well, if a guy had 7 hours of no calls in a night, does that start to feel like a reasonable time where we might say, yeah, they shouldn't be in a chance where they can start to accrue hours toward scheduled overtime? In that case, that starts to feel reasonable to me. 5 hours, not so reasonable. 7 hours starts to seem reasonable on a 24-hour shift, frankly. So as a variable, when I look at that as a sleep exemption, if that seemed to be a valuable tool in order to sort of start to mitigate overtime, I think we have to do whatever we can to start to mitigate salaries and overtime. So that's when I wrap up, you'll understand why I'm going to leave that there for the moment. The other thing, I know you guys are well aware of this, but I just have to say it because you guys have probably already said it. There's been several fire measures that have come before this city. Every one has failed. Despite how many different council members and staff have said, we need it, we need it, we need it. But it's virtually a mandate at this point. If you look to the different bills over time that at this point, we're virtually delegates. We've put it in front of the public enough times. They've said, we don't want to pay any more money for that. We know that the state doesn't give us as much money for these kinds of services as other cities get. We really don't have a choice. We will be a city that pays the least for fire service. We don't have that choice. So I do believe that we have to look at cutting. We are going to pay salary-wise less than other communities. And it's unfortunate, but that's where we are. I felt differently about Measure U and some of these things, and I wish it were different. But it's not. So I do think that we have to look at probably a further reduction in salary to get to a bigger savings number. At least the savings number of the budget that we had talked about. We're still at a point where we're going to be forming our own fire department. When we have this sort of parallel thing happening where we've got these work rules and policies and ideas, sleep exemption, no sleep exemption, but we're still trying to get to a figure. And what I felt like coming out of the last meeting was we need to get to that figure one way or the other, whether or not we do the full salary reduction, whether or not we do it with a combination of a salary and some sort of a modified sleep exemption, if that seems more humane on a 24-hour shift. But I'm sort of committed, I should say I am committed to getting to that number, however the best way to get to it is. I think that it's worth considering option number 3 or option number 2 and give the power. We're a board. We've got a city manager that's going to be, as he moves forward, trying to put together this fire department in the best way that he knows how. And I do believe that we need to make sure that we empower him with the tools that he can come back to us and say, here's the way that I finally put this thing together to get that number that you guys have told me I need to hold to. And as a board, that's what I expect from Jeff, is like we're holding to a number and we give him components to deal with. So again, as that sleep exemption slider goes, it means a different number to Jeff. It means a different piece of the negotiation. So, and I do think that once we form this, from what I understand, I know that Mr. Maltby would like to have that in his quiver to be able to get to the number. So for me, one of the options is for us to talk about, is it option 3 exactly? And I don't know exactly how to word it. We can talk about that. Or is it we agree to get to that number, Jeff? And if that's the best way to get to the number in negotiating with the firefighters that are going to join us, then that's what we're empowering him to do. So those are my thoughts.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Royce?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so as I said earlier, my management style is not to step back. I respect our 3-2 vote about the sleep exemption. I think we approved it. Unless there is more fresh data or wrong data we made assumptions on. I mean, I'm used to if a technology roadmap changed, then you make different decisions. But I don't think anything's changed. So again, I even though I voted against it, I support the entire council in retaining the sleep exemption as is. The pay cut, I'm not very much in favor of. Actually, Mr. Griselli kind of triggered me on a comment. He said there are so many moving parts, I think was the expression.
To our budget.
To our budget, yeah. When it comes to safety, Mr. Randall talks about don't spend less money because then you'll get less service. I want him to arm wrestle the guy in front of him there with a badge on his shirt because we are spending $2 million less in police services, and we're getting a heck of a better service. We got more police. Surveys are incredible. So what you pay is not what you get all the time. But in fire, it's the same sort of thing, but it's different. We on council promised to our citizens that this is going to be retained as a safe city. We will still have fire protection. We will still have emergency services. And I believe, just as we did with the police and we did with park and rec maintenance, we're going to have a greener grass out there also with fire. We will be spending less money, but we'll be spending money differently. We're not going to have a $1.4 million ladder truck going up and down the hill for someone who's feeling faint up on Crestview and paying for transmission and expenses. Mr. Moore talked, I mean, we have so many decisions to make on what type of equipment with a Quince, with an SUV, those 75% of calls being emergency calls that the fire truck doesn't even go. You know, how does that change our cost? So I envision this whole next year, or this year, we have moved from a JPA to a new organization. We have our own fire department, and we're going to manage it, and we're going to agree, because there's 5 of us. We will agree on all these changes. Our city managers just talked about, I asked about overtime, you know, using this Redwood City, working with them. There's ideas there. I'm sure Mr. Skinner has some ideas. I'm sure this per diem. There are a lot of trained firefighters out there that would love to step in and fill in when we're short with illness or things where we need a lot of overtime. We have a pool that we just bring people in and pay. We'd love to have a part-time pool, what you call a per diem people. But that's not part of this report. But what is part of my thinking is, as Mr. Griselli said, there's a lot of moving parts there, a lot of decisions, so many opportunities we have to provide, again, as good a service as we have with that house fire this last weekend. That's still there, and we have so many opportunities to make improvements and save cost. We know we're already, based on that bar chart, we're going to be saving costs. So I guess it's option 1 I'm kind of heading towards, just because there's still a lot of work and a lot of decisions. I'm very positive for it because we will be making those choices. We won't be part of a JPA. So I'm looking forward to it. But, the sleep exemption and the reduction in the pay, I'd say no to.
All right, thank you, Mr. Royce. Mr. Grocott.
Well, I don't want to say a whole lot about the sleep exemption because I don't think we're going to change it, although Mr. Lewis mentioned option 3, so I want to say a little bit about it. And one is you do have to consider the fact, I think, that when a firefighter goes to bed at night, whether he gets 5 hours of sleep, 2 hours of sleep, or 8 hours of sleep, that person's gone to bed in clothes, basically, because they have to be ready to jump into their turnout gear at a moment's notice. And you know, sleep in a firehouse is not the same as being at home with your wife and, you know, sleeping soundly at night in your own bed. Even I mentioned my brother-in-law works for the Power Company Ohio. And even for him, when he gets called out and he's working overtime, he stays in a hotel in, you know, Marion, Ohio, and gets to sleep 8 hours, but he's still not at home with his wife and his kids. He gets paid overtime. So when someone's expected to be in a firehouse and they weren't expecting to be in a firehouse, I think you kind of owe it to them to give them something a little bit other than their base pay. To Mr. Lewis's point about giving the city manager something to work with, I guess what I was looking to work with, and Mr. Casilli mentioned this too, is a 10% figure overall. And I don't know where we are because it's not in this report. It doesn't tell us where we are. Are we at 10% overall when we look at our existing employees and they come over and they're under this new benefits and pay program? What's the cut to them? And I don't know what it is, but that's the figure I would use is 10% overall. So that said, if we could, I would look to part of option 3, and that is a 2.5% further reduction in the pay if it achieved about a 10%. If it's a little over 10%, I guess I'd be okay with that. But that's where I would be looking, is somewhere in that vicinity.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grocott. Staff, do we have even a remote number? I mean, I know it's so hard to do with benefits.
Yeah, it's just not something that we can cost because we just don't have enough data from the JPA. We don't have those records or access to that information. We've requested quite a bit of information from the JPA, and they've been dutifully working on putting all that together. But to date, we just don't have the kind of data to be able to make that comparison and come up with a number. So, I mean, it's different certainly, but in a few areas it might be different to the positive, and others, it's less of a benefit. So.
Okay, thank you. So my only comments are, I definitely understand where everyone's coming from. I lean more towards where Mr. Lewis is. I think option 3 puts the most tools out there. It's a smaller reduction of salary, but it puts the flexibility of a sleep exemption in there. We're going to negotiate over it. So who knows where it actually stays at. But I think the more tools we can have on the table, the better. I understand that we voted to take the sleep exemption away, but we did that without knowing even how much it would cost us. So I don't really follow the logic that we shouldn't talk about it again. Now we do have true costs, and the cost is $150,000 to $350,000. And I think we set for a goal, and the goal was $1 million or more, and we haven't hit that yet. So I would like us to see going to option 3, but that's not going to happen because I can count, and we have possibly 2 on that. So then it comes down to a compromise, and I'd be willing to go with Mr. Grocott's suggestion, if he's willing to do it, of the 2.5% salary reduction, because it sounds like that's the most we're going to get out of the council now. And maybe Mr. Lewis could go there with us, but it would really depend on if we have 3 votes for that. But if we don't, then it appears that this council wants to go with option 1. So I think maybe we can have a little discussion, Mr. Grocott, if you want to have some more about the possibility of a hybrid option 2, a hybrid on the hybrid, or not.
Hybrid?
Well, no, how you took option 3, but you cut the sleep exemption out. Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, I'll make a motion and we can discuss it. I'll move that we adopt a resolution reducing salaries by 2.5%.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, now we'll open that up for discussion.
I'm just going to, when we're talking about the sleep exemption, it was a sleep exemption at 5 hours. That's just so council knows my thinking on it. And I was thinking that maybe 6 isn't enough, but when it gets to 7, I start to go, I can see that. It starts to make sense to me. By the way, that was my thinking on that. Would have been actually to take option 3 and move that to 7 and see where that goes. But anyway, I'm supporting the 2.5. I just want to remind everybody we need to get to the right number. And I do agree that there's some moving parts, and I think we still want to instruct the city manager to where our financial goal is. And if we give him 2.5 now, that's a start in the right direction.
Okay. Is there any other discussion, Mr. Grisilli?
Again, it was indicated, and again, I'm not trying to compare us necessarily to Belmont, but they indicated they were going to drop their salaries 10%, but they didn't change anything else, as far as I know, on their benefit side. So they got 10%. They know it's 10%. We don't know what it is. We're now going to drop, if we drop 2.5 or lower 2.5, our salary is going to be 7.5%, but we don't know what our benefit is. And to me, it's at least 5, if not more. And again, maybe because I'm just assuming it because of the changes that we made. And again, I don't want to be, as I look back here, I don't want to be the highest, but I don't want to be the lowest. And that's just me personally. And I just don't know, I just don't see because of the fact that this number that we're going to, this magic number of $1 million, or a magic overall budget number of 400,000, whatever it is, as Mr. Royce indicated, this is all estimates. At the end of this year, we're going to have some real baseline numbers of what it really costs us. And the trouble is that we're going to in stone already have put in the basics of our work rules and our pay. I would rather err on the side of saying we can change this again if we need to, or negotiate it, as was indicated before, when salaries or contracts come up, as opposed to setting it in stone right away. And if we come up way better, we've got all kinds of extra money, but I don't know. I just worry about the individuals. And again, nothing against the folks we're going to hire, because we're going to hire the best we can, but I just can't see the the change in that. Anyway, I beat that horse.
Okay,
So-
Mr. Royce?
Yeah, just thought, Mr. Griselli goes, I agree with a lot of your thoughts earlier here, but a little different viewpoint is kind of the startup. To me, the startup means we have existing JPA firefighters that we're going to hire, a bunch of them. We also have 5,000 applicants. So my point, what?
500.
500, I'm sorry, 500 applicants. So my starting point is I feel comfortable that we'll have trained quality firefighters. And every year or two, as we deal with them and negotiate and look at salaries and benefits, there'll be changes up and down. But I'm comfortable with the starting point, just because it's the best we could do.
Okay, Mr. Grocott?
I just wanted to retort to the idea that we had 500 applicants. It's true, we had 500 applicants. Doesn't mean we had 500 qualified applicants. A lot of those guys wash out real quick as soon as you do a background check. So we should be careful about throwing that number around.
But we only need 10 or 5 or
I understand.
6. Or,
I understand.
And again, it's a discussion, right? It's like, I don't want to do this. It's a matter of, this is the cards that we've been dealt as a council. I think Mr. Grisilli brings up a good point that if we, Mr. Maltby, if we had known costs on the benefit side, which you don't have yet, then we would be able to, we'd have a target. Right now, we've got a little bit of a moving target. And I think Mr. Grisilli's concern is a good one, which is to say, well, we keep putting in bricks here and there, but we really don't know what the entire equation is yet. And so for me, procedurally, I have some questions here. I almost feel like we should say the council is a willingness to go to a 7.5% salary reduction. If that's up to that number is in your hands as you start to get the real numbers and come back to us with an actual equation. But I mean, in fact, that's kind of what I'm hearing is really that, yeah, at this point, we can say we'll go up to a 7.5% reduction. And we can add the words if necessary or if needed to make that number. But I do think that the target of the number is good. And I think it is dangerous to compare ourselves to Belmont. Certainly in retaining our current firefighters, it's not. But the whole reason the partnership with Belmont falls apart is because they have money that we don't have. So, yeah, I wish it were different. It's not.
Okay, Mr. Grocott?
He said they have money we don't have. I said they won't for long. At $8 million a year, they're going to burn through their reserves pretty quickly.
And so to add to what Mr. Grocott was saying, we are trying to retain employees from our JPA. I do believe going to 7.5 is the best way to do it. I think it's, and I don't want to use the word disingenuous, but to say that we're going to be the lowest in the county is not true. We have guys who are going to make $1,300 less a month who serve at San Carlos and they're CAL FIRE. So we're not even going to be remotely close to that number. We're talking about $7,000 a month where they get paid $5,700. So that's a huge difference. And those guys still service San Carlos. They're the only fire engine I see in my area of San Carlos. And I live in that corner. So we won't be the lowest. Also, I think we talk about retention. A part of retention is stability in a fire department. Mr. Grocott brought up that Belmont's going to spend about $8 million and burn through all their reserves. Well, if we do these savings, our fire department is going to be stable. We are going to be able to hold on to it, and I think that matters to the employees. Yeah, they might make less, but they know they have the job at the end of the day. They know we're not going to have to go and break this up. This is going to become a very stable fire department, a fire department that we could grow instead of shrink. So I think that that's worth talking about. So I would like to see, and I think I'm getting it, that we have to give direction to staff because staff has to start hiring people and they have to know what they're going to get paid. So I think everyone's kind of said their piece. So I think we take a vote on Mr. Grocott's motion, and if it passes, it passes. If not, we'll go with a secondary motion. So unless anyone has anything else, Madam Clerk.
I just want to make one
Yeah.
small comment. The motion is just to lower salaries by 2.5%.
2.5%.
Yes. So it doesn't have any kind of modified sleep exemption. So the numbers, make sure you remember that this chart indicates that that's in, modified sleep exemption. So that's not the numbers we're going to come up with.
No, that's why I said 7,000 because I was looking just at the
No, I'm
salary
just saying,
cut.
the numbers
Yeah.
on attachment 2 are not exactly what they're going to be. Or is it just talking about salaries on that? Because it looks
Base
like.
salary, I believe.
I think your point is that the savings is 75,000, not 150,000, right?
Well, yeah, the sleep exemption goes out the door, so you don't save that.
Right.
Okay.
No,
so
we know
I-
that.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
glad we all know it, but I'm just making sure everybody knows it, so.
Okay.
Unfortunately, still won't vote.
Ms. Boland?
Councilmember Grisilli?
No.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. Okay, moving on. Do we have to read the resolution? No.
No, you
Okay.
don't.
Mr. Mayor.
We don't have time.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:15.
Can we just go to 11:30? We do have five more.
Well, and maybe we can talk about that for just a second.
Okay.
Some of these aren't particularly time-sensitive.
Through the chair, also, if there's anybody in the public that's here to comment on any of these.
Yeah.
we also
I'll
need to
make
take
the motion to extend it to 11:30.
Can we have a
And
second?
I think we just have to make sure that
Yeah.
we understand that there's 4 more items.
5. Can we have a second?
5 more items.
Is anyone? Mr. Royce, could you second that, please? No?
I just did.
Oh, you did? Okay, sorry. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, moving on.
Aye.
Oh. Can you mark down that Mr. Royce voted no on that? So we'll be going to 12B, consideration of an adoption of a public arts master plan.
Need my sleep exemption.
All right, I thought I watched you last time. There it is. Thank you.
My notebook.
Hi, good evening. Deborah Nelson, Planning Manager, and I am pleased to do yet another art project tonight. The Public Arts Master Plan was suggested in the General Plan and Land Use Action 12.5, develop and implement a public arts master plan, and the council included this same objective in your strategic plan, which was to present for action a public arts master plan, and that's what we're here to do tonight. The master plan is recommended by a subcommittee consisting of Mary Jo Hoffman and Megan Maher of the Arts and Culture Commission and Fine Arts Association member Patrick Leeper. They presented the plan to the Arts and Cultural Commission, who approved it for transmittal to the council. The plan includes a vision. Public art creates memorable images that enhance public pride and helps define the city's image to the outside world. It makes our city more livable. Memorable images add vitality and an attractive appearance to San Carlos. The vision also concludes that public art is good for business. The plan includes the suggestion to establish art zones. Here's visually what some of those are. The pedestrian retail zone focuses on the downtown core, South Laurel to the 1500 block, and industrial. The Civic Center is another. The transit corridor south from Belmont to south of Morris. East Side Commercial, north of Holly, between Industrial and 101, and also Skyway Drive. The gateways, the 5 primary gateways, and also a suggestion for Alameda at the Redwood City border. Parks, trails, and recreation sites, I'm not sure that there's a limit on those, but the plan suggests for sure Burton Park, City Hall Park, and Laurel Street Park. And then public rights of way. There are opportunities on our infrastructure to establish public art. They have suggested criteria. Works of art shall mean all forms of originally created visual art, whether contemporary or traditional, and here's some images of art that we have in those categories. And the works of art may include a number of different media. And again, here's some works of art that we currently have. The plan envisions that public art will be installed by both the public and private sectors. And the master plan defines, oops, I'm sorry, I went too fast. Well, last viewed, here we go. That there will be criteria for selection of art to include the context in which the art is located, the quality of the art, the medium, and the art may be transitory or temporary, the soundness of the art when intended for permanent display, and consideration for public safety. The plan also describes how art might be acquired and the criteria for the city acceptance for art. The plan includes roles and responsibilities for decision makers and suggests that there be a public art selection committee with membership from the council, the design review committee, an arts and culture commissioner, a community member, several visual arts professionals, and city staff. So tonight it's recommended that the council adopt by resolution a public arts master plan, and also that you provide direction to staff regarding the implementation of the public arts master plan. And Mary Jo Hoffman is available to provide further background should you wish her to speak, or would you like to, Mary Jo? She
realizes how late it is.
She didn't vote for the extension, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nelson. So we will do, are there any questions from the council? Mr. Grocott, do you have any? No, Mr. Royce?
Yeah, one quick question. Deborah, I know a lot of ability to do this artwork is based on funding. And I know cities have, with major capital projects, I mean, we have Wheeler in the community area, we have Transit Village. Pampa actually is, I believe, going to be starting to be built later this year. And I know they have a very aggressive plan for a lot of artwork at Pampa.
Yes.
But is there any consideration of starting off with a small percentage of construction costs goes towards artwork on a major project?
Well, I think that's the kind of direction we're looking for. There are communities that have percent for art ordinances that apply to private projects. There's some communities, Lake Oswego is a good example, City of Los Altos locally is another example where the city creates the paths to receive sculpture. There are other communities, and you've probably been to them, where there's an aha because you see that they have decorated the electric boxes that are all over the sidewalks, and those can receive tile or mural or one of my favorite.
So where would we initiate that? Here, or that's a whole different program?
Well, no, you could suggest that we begin to develop a plan for where we would do it as a city in our own projects and how we might look at it in the private projects.
Okay, thank you. Is that it, Mr. Royce?
I'd be interested in that.
Okay, Mr. Grisilli?
No question.
Mr. Lewis?
No questions, just comments.
Okay, I have no questions either, so we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment on item 12B? It's your last chance, Mary Jo. Okay, seeing none, we'll go to comments. Mr. Lewis, do you want to start?
So, I love this. This is great stuff, and it can be, fantastic. And I think that I'm surprised you came up with as many examples of public art in San Carlos as you did. I sort of was kind of bereft of it. And I understand it's a difficult process. It's like public art, everybody has a piece of it, who likes it and who doesn't like it and so forth. The thing that got me really excited in the plan, and thanks for doing the plan, it's really nice job, is the idea of loan art or touring art. And the nice thing about that is it can allow for flexibility, so you have different installations that can come and go. It might be things that we could also, I know it's been sort of the theme of the night, group together with other cities or communities, because artists want to show their work. So if we could find, whether it was sculpture pads or art, installations which would allow for different paintings or different sort of hanging artworks, we could build the foundation for those things and then start to bring that touring art through. Most of the time, it doesn't cost anything. And a lot of times the artists are willing to do the installations themselves because they just want it to be seen. You know what I mean? They do a lot of the work. So I, for one, would put a lot of energy into something like that, because if you have it for 6 weeks or 10 weeks or 12 weeks, it's going to constantly sort of enhance and change and flavor the city. I also think anything that we can turn a public, utility box into something that's kind of fun and different, I think that's great stuff too. So I would say as we can start to put a plan together, knowing that funding is difficult, I would hit that kind of thing first and try to put a lot of energy into that, maybe because some of that can be volunteer energy as well. And just outreach to local artists in San Francisco, Hunters Point. They'd have, there's artist lofts and studios out there. And those folks would probably love some of their stuff to be seen. And there's some really, really amazing regional artists that we have. So, yes, and I would say is do as much as we can. And just, obviously, we have to watch the money.
Okay, Mr. Grisilli?
No comments.
Mr. Royce?
No comments, except thank you very much for all the work that was put into it by everybody.
I'd like to show off one group, and it might not cost that much, is our children. And I relate back to at least 10 years ago, every year there used to be, Dulcie Morrison used to teach and I think involved in an art program in one of the elementary schools.
Arundel.
Arundel, is that where it was? Oh, did you do this?
No,
And they did up
she was-
masks.
She was my brother's fourth grade teacher.
And
yeah.
so they had masks, and they would put them up for a month at the post office. And I would pay money for some of these. They were really great. So utilizing our youth, I think some of the stuff coming, mainly my comment is through the schools, using the children, maybe some of the seniors, and get local art. Sometimes the quality may not be artists, but to me, sometimes it is high quality, and it's local stuff, and it can be shared in public places.
Okay, Mr. Grocott?
So I have just a couple of comments. I read through the whole plan. I commend the work that was done. One of the things that chafes against me, however, is the reference to, and it's one of the bullet points in the executive summary, if you will, and that is establish criteria for requiring public art in private development sites. And there's a lot of reasons that we tell property owners to do this or that, setbacks, daylight planes, and so forth. That all has to do with public safety or, your project, the use of your property imposing on the use of somebody else's property. But in this case, what we're talking about is insisting upon someone who wants to develop a project that they have to include art in it. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think I was elected to have sway over someone's use of their private property in that manner. And so I would like to have taken out of this reference to requiring public art in a private development. If the council doesn't want to do that, then I would suggest we at least look at incentive programs. If a developer is going to include public art, then you got to be able to say to that developer, look, we'll expedite your project, we'll do something for you. You're doing something for us, you're doing something for the community, therefore we're going to do something for you. I would be interested to hear what Mr. Grisilli, given his background, at least in the development world, might have to that. And then I would be interested to hear what Brad might have to say about this idea, and that is it talks about developing a plan for continuous funding source. And I've always wondered, Mr. Lewis, why, we look at taxing different industries and then putting that money to certain use. And I always look at two things. I look at, high school athletics or athletics in junior high schools. And I wonder why we don't have some kind of tax that we impose on professional teams to help pay for these kind of programs, because that's their feeder system. And I look at the industry that you're in as well, and I say, if we want to have art programs, why don't we look at some of these, some of the industries that are involved in art and have a little bit of a tax that they pay that goes specifically towards art education or the inclusion of art in projects in cities and towns. And I don't see any discussion on that. So that's something I would like to see. Not that we can impose that, but I would like to see it, at a state level or something like that.
Okay. So my only comments are, first of all, thank you to the subcommittee and Mary Jo especially. I know how much hard work you put into this, and I know this is kind of your swan song. So it's pretty great what you guys did here. Then when it comes to implementation options, I understand where Mr. Grocott's coming from. I just don't think we need to take anything off the table right now, because we are going to have those implementation ideas coming back to us. So I'd like to see what other cities do. I'd like you to go to this, Miss Nelson, go to the cities, or not go to them actually, physically, but you could do that, yeah, but survey them and show us what other people do, because there's not a lot of that in here. So look at the places that have been very successful with public art and tell us what their programs are. Maybe they do have an incentive program, or maybe some do development fees, and let's get a broad base on what the other people do, and we can look to the cities that have been successful already and kind of model ourselves after them in some way or the other. But I think it's a great plan, and I look forward to moving forward on it. And then Mr. Grisilli and Mr. Lewis, Mr. Grocott kind of asked a couple questions. If you guys
Well,
want.
I sort of, as the mayor said, I believe me, I could tell you where I voted a few years ago, but what it says is establish criteria. And I think I'm open to that, of establishing criteria. I might not be into fees or whatever else it is, but I would like to see what, and as the mayor said, other cities have, and, there's a lot of options, and sometimes developers would be, for a nominal amount of money, would be more than happy to put something up, nominal being the operative word. So.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, how about for taxing animation?
I don't know about tax. It goes into your thing before about voluntary or mandatory. I know for Pixar, when they wanted to expand their campus, they actually provided a public park space adjacent to their studio and adjacent to the local mall. So as an incentive to the council and the city to say, we're adding to the community. So I think good companies look for opportunities to do that. And I think, I saw Oracle before. I think they may have given money to Belmont for a music program in high school or something like that. So I think it rather than it being an imposed tax to come here, which tends to be a disincentive to have people come to your city, it's sort of like, well, I'll tell you what, it's more in the other categories. We're listening. Is there anything you can do for the community?
Okay, can we get a motion?
Mr. Mayor, make a motion to approve resolution number 2011- I'm holding. I'm holding. Would you like a musical interlude? I can do that.
Yeah.
Yes, we do have a resolution.
Yeah, keep going, just add a number later.
That you could say next in order.
Okay, next in order, 2011- next in order. Is that okay, Mr. Rubens? Just want to check. Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos adopting a public arts master plan.
I'll second that.
Madam Clerk?
It's number 66, Councilmember
Number
Grisilli.
66.
Yes, sir.
In your program, number one in your heart. Okay.
Councilmember Grisilli.
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis.
Yes.
Councilmember Royce.
Yes.
Mayor Klein.
Yes. Congratulations. Okay, so for the sake of the public, and Mr. Rubens, this I'm hoping is okay, we're going to jump 12D over 12C. Since we have people here to speak on 12D and E, I'd like to take those next, and then we'll take 12C after that, because it doesn't appear if anyone's here for that.
You want a motion for that?
No, we're good? Okay. So we'll be doing 12D, consideration of an urgency ordinance pursuant to Government Code 65858A, imposing moratorium on the issuance of business registrations, use permits, and building permits for massage therapists, massage practitioners, and massage establishments. Mr. Rubens and Chief Rothis.
Good evening, Mayor Klein and members of the City Council. Greg Rothis, Police Chief, and it's a joint presentation tonight with the City Attorney and I on this moratorium. What I want to do is, first of all, explain, what got us to this point where we have to come before the council and ask for such a moratorium and some of the background associated with that. In 2009, as you read in the staff report, there were some law changes that were well-intentioned, that were designed to kind of cut some of the red tape in terms of getting a massage license and having a massage business in a community. That legislation, while well-intentioned, has resulted in a proliferation of massage places that are illicit, and they're occurring in certainly in big cities, but they're actually happening in small towns and bedroom communities like ours. What we've seen, again, last year, we started to receive complaints about a business in San Carlos that people felt was having prostitution, illicit prostitution. We did an investigation and determined that at least one of the masseuses was on an escort website. Did an undercover investigation and determined that, and basically made an arrest in this massage parlor for prostitution. We have kept our eye on these establishments, and they're continuing to roll. And we made another arrest recently, several months ago, the same place, prostitution again. We walk in and we made one arrest, but we suspect that they were involved in prostitution activities in other massage rooms. So the way the law is written and the way our ordinance is really is not protecting us. And so I met with the city attorney. We've discussed this and talked about some options. One being the moratorium, and I'll allow the city attorney to explain some of the laws and wherefores on that.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Mr. Rubens.
Mr. Mayor, council members. Yeah, as the chief said, we looked at what our options were to address some of the secondary effects that we've been observing since 2009 when we adopted our current massage ordinance. One of the problems is the conditional certificates that are being issued by schools that are suspect, and a lot of the people that come to the city get business licenses using the certificate, the conditional certificate, and those are the where we suspect most of the problems are occurring. So the tool that we have and we're recommending is the urgency ordinance that you have before you that allows us to do a moratorium for 45 days, and then we can extend that moratorium while we study different laws that are being proposed. San Mateo County is proposing and going to be bringing forward very soon a change to the county massage ordinance. We think there's some good policy reasons to have our ordinance be similar to the county ordinance because the sheriff is patrolling, and we'd have a consistency with that. We haven't seen what they've come up with yet, but we think that's a good direction to go in. There's also legislation in the state to do some cleanup bills for the current law, and we'd like to make sure that those can be incorporated. Some of the changes are designed to give a little more local control to local government that was taken away with the initial law. So in summary, government code provides you with the authority for health, safety, and under the police power to do an urgency ordinance, a moratorium, if you will, and that would last for 45 days. It would allow us to study and perhaps propose an extension if the study wasn't complete within those 45 days.
Okay. Are there any questions from the council? I don't see any. Okay, then we are going to go to public comments. First, we have Beverly May. And then we have Denise Sikowski. And then last, Steve Hicks. Hi, Ms. May. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Beverly May. I'm Director of Governmental Affairs for the California Massage Therapy Council. I live in Belmont, and I'm work out of Redwood City. Our objective is like yours, which is public protection. We partner with cities and law enforcement to help implement our law in the most effective way possible. We're happy to support the Chief of Police and your city staff in their efforts to make sure that the regulations work for the city and for the public. We have tremendous law enforcement tools that are available to us that we've developed in the year or 2 years since our law has gone into effect that we partner with cities to implement. And so we're very supportive of the city's efforts. And I spoke to your city attorney, Mr. Rubens, this morning, and we'll be working with the city on any changes that they make.
All right.
So
Thank you very much. Denise Sikowski.
My name is Denise Sikowski. I am a small business owner in San Carlos, Forever Touched Massage. I've been a part of the Chamber of Commerce. I go to Leads clubs, BNI groups. I'm part of farmers markets, mothers clubs, you name it. I'm an active part of this community. I think it's very important to have small businesses. I feel lately bigger conglomerate corporations are coming in, and it's making smaller businesses harder to operate. I understand that there is specifically involvement with Asians. That is y'all's issue. I do have other suggestions. Recently, I have been trying to sell my business, my massage practice. I am ready to move back to Texas, which is where I'm originally from. And I was denied this due to the ordinance that I must have 2 bathrooms in my facility of 600 square feet. This is a small facility, and there's no reason to have 2 bathrooms for this place. It seems like our ordinance was cut and pasted from other ordinances that have nothing to do with a massage establishment, more so a spa like Avant Garde. There are other massage therapy practices, such as Oasis Spa, that only has one bathroom as well, and is a very small, quaint place for both men and women to go, and it's a safe and secure place. I have suggestions. I am totally willing to work with the police as well as the ordinance issues and volunteer my time because I think it's important to be a part of the community. One is definitely create a new ordinance, especially the 2-bathroom rule, because if I want to sell my business, obviously I can't. I obviously just have to shut my business doors and go bankrupt. That is why I cannot move back to Texas, is because if I shut my doors, I go bankrupt. I'm not allowed to sell business. So create new ordinance. Another one, I did an interview with the San Carlos Police. I think it's great to know who's getting involved in your community. If you don't feel comfortable with the person at hand, if obviously they cannot speak English to you, which several times in the newspaper, it says that they needed a translator. Obviously, those people do not need to be working in an environment talking to people that speak English. So creating an interview process, making sure that they are knowledgeable, they know what they're doing. Also, sending an update. Every 6 months, what are you doing with your community? How are you being involved? What's going on? What kind of specials are you running? Easy. I do not run specials in a newspaper. There's 2 in here that are in San Carlos. Obviously, those are the red flags right there. If you know from the updates and the interviews that what are these purpose? What is the purpose behind these people? It's to give healing energy. It's to help people relax. People with shoulder pain, people with back pain. Rather than put a big In-N-Out burger causing more obesity, let's help people get back to their health, create health. Just like Kaiser Permanente says, get back to the vibration of getting back to healing. Another thing is just try to do a business proposal. Ask them what their proposal is, and then look at the grammar. See if they're writing appropriately.
Ms. Sikowski, we're going to need you to
Sure.
wrap up.
But there are other suggestions than to close out for 45 days of not being able to sell a business or whatever it may be. And why not go with the San Mateo County and all go on the 45-day strike? But don't go extend it, because that's just not fair to us as business owners. What if I need to hire another person because somebody else is moving to another place and I have to take over all of the business? There's just so many other things, and I would love to talk to you guys further about how we can prevent this rather than just stop it all at once because of a specific group of people that y'all are targeting. And I understand the people that y'all are targeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And last, we have Steve Hicks. Welcome, Steve.
My name's Steve Hicks, and I'm the owner of the Office Bar and Grill in San Carlos. I've been open for about 8 months, and we're located at 1748 El Camino Real. I just recently learned, within the last month, that the business owner next to me had leased his property to someone that was going to be opening up a massage parlor there. I know they've already applied for permits with you guys. And I guess they were on the fast track to get them all approved. While I have no knowledge of the nature of this exact massage parlor, I am aware through my previous employment as a San Mateo police officer, and I worked undercover Vice for 2 years, that there's a pretty high likelihood, because of what I've heard so far, that this is going to be a massage parlor. It's going to be practicing in prostitution. In fact, the contractor that was doing the work on the property, even though they were red tagged because they didn't have their permit yet, is the same person that did the work at the massage parlor that Chief Rolfes was talking about, that's had a couple different arrests for prostitution and illicit behavior. My restaurant has an outdoor dining facility that's directly across from the front door of this place. I have families of all ages, children, and everybody that's going to be watching. Gentlemen go in through the morning, afternoons, and nights, coming in and getting their 20-minute massage and leaving. Again, as my training experience as a police officer and working in Vice, I will almost guarantee you'll never see a woman go into this place. And, also, there's a whole lot of other problems that are aside from just prostitution. There's everything from when I was working in San Mateo's, they would be condoms that would be backing up in the sewers under heavy rains, to these businesses all being advertised on adult websites. I just, again, feel that the city obviously has a new set of problems since the state of California passed a law assuming the responsibility for the license of these masseuses. But I don't think we as a city can turn a blind eye to these massage services, which have been shown to be fronts for legal prostitution, sex trade, human trafficking by means of debt slavery, coercion, and fraud. I really can't imagine the Indian residents of San Carlos would want to see these types of businesses in the city because we ignored the warning signs. By enacting a moratorium on any new massage parlors, I believe it will give the city a chance to weed out the illegitimate massage parlors from the legitimate massage therapists, which unfortunately now, since the state Senate bill, are all in the same licensing category. And again, from what I did before when I was with San Mateo, I can assure you it'll be a lot harder to close these places down once they're open and established than it is to do this moratorium and hopefully detour some of these people. I just got to tell you, I feel so strongly about this massage parlor being next door. It's going to have a direct and immediate impact on my business, the neighboring businesses, and the residents. I actually went to the owner of the building and I told him, should this moratorium go into place and his prospective tenants default on the lease, that I would rent the building from him for the next 3 years, just so he's not having any kind of economical hardship from it, because it will absolutely impact my business. And I think that the city, it's absolutely imperative that they impose this ordinance right now.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve. So we will go to council comments. Does anyone want to start? Does anyone have any comments? Mr. Lewis?
No, my only question would be, in the case of somebody, Greg, I don't believe it was in the report, if somebody wanted to sell their massage business during this moratorium, how does that apply?
The way it would apply is the distinction being drawn in the moratorium is really between the conditional and unconditional. So if someone has a unconditional license, they have a lot more freedom under our ordinance. What we're doing, though, is we're prohibiting the issuance of new licenses for new facilities, in essence. So we're not going to allow, under this moratorium, any new facilities. But if there's someone who has a facility in town and they are in compliance with all laws, this ordinance will not prohibit them from continuing in their business or getting a renewal of a license.
So does it does affect change of ownership, though?
Yeah. So, well,
Of an existing?
Well, it allows the ordinance allows the issuance of a massage establishment permit for practitioners and therapists who hold an unconditional license. So if a new facility comes in and they have a unconditional license, they should be able to apply for one.
So existing business, they have an unconditional license. Change of ownership to an unconditional license is going to be okay under this moratorium.
That's right.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Grisilli, do you have anything?
I don't have any comments.
Mr. Royce?
No comments.
Mr. Grocott? Nothing? Okay, the only comments I have is, I think we have to go with the default of what our chief and our city attorney tell us, and I definitely agree with what Mr. Hicks has said. This is becoming an issue, and we did this emergency ordinance. Well, I wasn't on the council when we did the emergency ordinance, but we almost had the thrift store coming in Laurel, and we talked about how bad that was going to be. So we've done this before, and I think it just gives us a chance to put together a stronger ordinance that will keep this from getting out of control. So I think we're all in favor of that. So if someone would like to give a motion.
Well, why is it always me? I'm making a motion to adopt, because this isn't an introduce, this is an adopt, because it's an emergency ordinance. Ordinance number
1433.
1433. Urgency ordinance of the City of San Carlos establishing a 45-day moratorium on the issuance of any business registration or any new or expansion of any existing permits for massage establishments.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. Okay, we'll be moving on to item 12E. We're going to take 12C after that. 12E is adopt a resolution authorizing the city to donate $3,000 to Sustainable San Mateo County to fund the 2012 indicators for Sustainable San Mateo County report card. Mr. Grisilli, you have something for us.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to introduce or make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:45, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Just a quick discussion, though, Ken, is any of this can be moved to the next meeting without impact?
The one item actually
First
that
we have to work
we'd
on.
prefer to get to tonight, if we could, it would be 12C. E and A, particularly A, if you're satisfied with 13A, the report, we don't have to make a verbal report. And we actually don't, even though there's a recommendation, of the report, we don't need that direction. We're already doing a comprehensive study of the impact of the RDA.
That's great. So let's do E, and then we'll do C, and hopefully we'll get out of here if we accept the report. So,
All in favor?
all in favor of the extending the meeting to 11:45?
All right.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye. Opposed?
Let it be noted that Mr. Royce is opposed. Ms. Mendenhall?
I have nothing further to add than what's in the staff report, so if you have any questions.
Love that. So do we have any questions on
The
item?
question I have is, Mr. Malpe, why are we voting on a $3,000 item? That just, I can't understand it.
The reason that we're voting on it is because the council specifically cut it several years back. Otherwise,
Okay.
this would be an
Fine.
administrative
Okay.
issue.
Thank you. I just had to understand that because it was beyond me on that one. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, well, we have some public speaker slips. We have Susan Fleming, and then we have Brenda Lamont. And are either of them here? Okay, so no public speakers. Council comments. Does anyone want to start? Mr. Grocott? Nothing?
It's, no, well,
Okay.
it's true that it was cut before. I'm not ready to put it back in and spend money on this
Okay.
particular item. So.
Mr. Royce, do you have anything? Okay, Mr. Royce wants to make a motion, so go for it, and then we can have discussion after.
Resolution number 2011.
67?
A resolution of the City Council, of the City of San Carlos, authorizing the city to donate $3,000 in fiscal year 2011-12 to Sustainable San Mateo County Fund, the 2012 indicators for Sustainable San Mateo County Report Card.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Lewis. Discussion, Mr. Grocott already indicated that he will not be voting for this. Is there any other discussion?
Just correct the spelling in the resolution title.
Stayable.
That's all.
Okay.
Second sustainable.
There's a spelling mistake, but
Thank you.
other than that, can we have a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. Okay, we'll be moving on to item 12C then. Consideration of a resolution supporting the City of San Carlos application to participate in the Institute of Local Government's Beacon Award Program for local leadership towards solving climate change. If we keep the report to just a...
I don't have anything to add to the staff report. All this takes is passage of a resolution by council, and the city will be in the program.
Does it cost, doesn't cost any money?
No cost.
Are there any questions from council? None. Is there any public comment for item 12C? Seeing none, we will entertain a motion, then we can have discussion. Right here, Randy.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 2011,
68?
resolution of the City Council, 68, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos supporting the city of, am I right?
That's
Are you
fine.
stopping
No,
me?
go ahead.
The City of San Carlos application to participate in the Institute for Local Government's Beacon Award for Local Leadership towards solving climate change.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Mr. Royce. Can we have, is there any discussion? Mr. Grocott?
Yeah, just a couple items. One is, I already mentioned earlier about ICLEI, and I have done some looking into it. Makes me feel very uncomfortable. This, in the resolution, talks about ICLEI and, applauds the fact that we're a member. And Mr. Grisilli asked if this is, what cost it is. Well, it's not a cost to us, but the way it's paid for is through your PG&E rates. And so it's you might call it a tax on people. The way I look at it, PG&E is paying for this so that we can slap each other on the back and say, good job, what you did with whatever. So I'll be voting against it.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes. Okay, that moves us on to item 13A. The staff does not have a report. Is there any
So
questions?
they have a report. It's
Oh, well, the staff doesn't have
just
anything to
don't
add
We do
further.
have a
anything to
report
it.
if the council would like to hear it.
Yeah, would the council like to hear staff's report, or are we okay with the report as is?
The only thing I would say is I was wondering what we were, reading in the paper about all this. I was wondering if we were taking any action. Glad to see we are.
Okay. And
I just feel sorry for these guys been hanging out all night for this.
I'm sure they're okay with going home as well.
Charged by the hour.
Is there any public comments on item 13A? Seeing none, we will just take the item as accepted. Right, is that okay, Mr. Rubens? Okay, and with that, we call this meeting, we'll adjourn this meeting, and we will be back on August 22nd. So everyone have a great break.
August 22nd?